Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Morro Bay City Council regular meeting on Tuesday, April 22nd. Let the minutes reflect that there's a quorum, and I will call the meeting to order. With that, we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask our city clerk to lead us in that. Thank you, everyone. We will move right into our reports. Closed session report. Mr. Schultz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The council met in closed session prior to this regular session. The items on there was the public employee performance evaluation of the city manager, and there was also 3 property negotiations, and also the public employment of the city attorney. The only item that was discussed in closed session was the performance evaluation of the city manager, and there was no action that requires reporting under that item. All the other items will be continued to a future date.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. With that, we will move into mayor and council member reports. I'll start to my right. Councilmember Landrum.
I have no reports.
Don't want to plug your...
I'll do it.
Perfect. Mr. LaFay? Member LaFay?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Couple things. I wanted to announce the blessing of the fishing fleet that's going to happen this Sunday at 1 p.m. at the North T Pier. Come out and we'll have the priest, the Catholic priest, and some pastors blessing the fishing fleet on this Sunday at 1 o'clock on the North T Pier. Also, I wanted to, I was out at the Morro Bay and Bloom annual April 19th day at 8:30 on Saturday. I saw over 200 people there, and they planted 28 gardening projects. We had volunteers, including 75 youths. Youth came from Selma, McFarland. It was an incredible crew. I want to thank you, Greg, and the Public Works Department for, Greg was there with his wife and family participating, and he actually painted one of the 44 painted buckets that were painted there too, and they planted them all around Morro Bay. It was a great event, and I want to thank, I can see Walter Heath in the room here. Thank you very much, Walter, and about Morro Bay and Bloom. And I saw Cindy Cecil there. Our Chief Watkins was representing the 4-H. So it was a great community event. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember LaFay.
Yeah, well, I'm not done. Also, I attended the Animal Services tour. I got a chance to go with Councilwoman Zara out there, and it was quite a sight. It's an incredible building. I've never been on Kansas there. They've got both Woods Humane Society and the Animal Services. They have quite an operation handling things from donkeys. They've had monkeys there. Actually, all the dogs that were there at the shelter, it was completely maxed out. So it was a great sight. Dr. Anderson gave us a great tour. And then last thing, on May 4th at Sunday at the community center, a nonprofit group is holding a community forum for Morro Bay Elementary. Come out and hear what your vision would like to be on that. And as I say, it's Sunday, May 4th, 2 to 4 p.m. at the community center. If you have any other questions, you can get a hold of myself or Zara. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Eccles.
Good evening. Thank you to everyone for being here tonight, and also thank you for all the agenda correspondence that we received. We received a lot of agenda correspondence, and I wanted to assure the residents that sent that in that I read through every single one, and I respond to every single one, and it matters. It matters when you send that in. I had someone ask me this last week about the culture of yes, and what exactly do I mean and do we mean when we talk about a culture of yes in the city of Morro Bay? And the whole idea of a culture of yes is how the city council and how the city as an organization can best serve our residents. And I'll read to you what I wrote down when I introduced this during the goal setting session for the city. A culture of yes is one that empowers city staff to pursue creative solutions, embrace innovation, and deliver exceptional service within existing constraints. This culture encourages a proactive, can-do mindset where challenges are met with collaboration and a shared commitment to community success. Saying yes means finding a way forward whenever possible. And ultimately, it means serving you, our residents, to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to give a shout out to Estero Bay Adventures. I had the pleasure of doing one of their electric boat tours with my family that came into town from Illinois. And it had been such a long time since I had been out on the water, looking back at our little fishing village. And it is absolutely stunning. I tell you, it could remind me of any other little village in Europe or any other place that I've been to. And it is wonderful to share the water with all of our sea creatures, the birds, the sea lions, the sea otters. One event that happened in particular that was so adorable is literally these two sea otters popped up and looked straight at us for like a minute, and my little niece went nuts over that. So, you know, it's the little things and experiences that we have here in town that I know are critical to share with one another and help our businesses really, you know, get these recognitions for the things that they do. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Estero Bay Adventures. Try it out. I really recommend the trip. I'm really happy, Councilmember Eccles, that you mentioned the culture of yes tonight, because I'm wearing a badge tonight that I received during my swearing in from the League of Women's Voters that says, "I love civil discourse." And while I was looking at this agenda and previous agendas, you know, we've gone through a lot together. It's been a crazy few years, and we've had a lot of tough decision-making, a lot of big issues that a little town like this doesn't always face. And so it got me thinking about that culture of yes, and how do you get to that? And I started thinking about, how do you get a foundation for that? How do you find common ground for that? And I think that takes acknowledging, you know, not just the ways that you're different, and not even focusing on the ways that you're different, but starting to focus on the ways that you're alike and the similarities that you have. And it's also about being an active listener, you know, whether it's at the podium or within your community or talking amongst each other. And it's also agreeing to disagree, you know, on process, among other things. And then I think having all that type of foundation is maybe perhaps how you can get to a yes. So I just wanted to put that in here tonight. Thank you for reading that off as well. It's just so symbiotic. I appreciate that. And I hope that we bring that forward with us tonight as we go through this agenda and through later ones. Thank you.
Thank you, my fellow council members. So the last few weeks since we've all been together, I had the opportunity to attend the county mayor's meeting. Always enlightening to see what everybody else is doing in their community. We did get a legislative update, and I would share with the council that there is a state bill that the cities have been asked to support that's regarding Airbnbs and transparency with that. They also got to look at USA Today. If you haven't seen it, I hope you'll all look it up. This is USA Today with the 10 best coastal towns in the United States. I will arm wrestle with Pismo because they made number 1, but Morro Bay is number 5. So we have a lot to be proud of, and that's with other cities in Delaware, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida. So quite an accomplishment and quite a recognition. Kudos to our community and to Visit Morro Bay and all those who promote our town, and for those who work in it that, you know, have it to a place where it's pristine, that we make this kind of rating and recognition. I had the opportunity to also visit animal regulation. I attended with Councilmember Eccles. They had us all come out and tour the facility. I have to admit, I hadn't been out there. I always share that going out there is like kryptonite because I come home with dogs. We had a subcommittee meeting, actually, two, Councilmember Landrum and myself, with our wharf subcommittee meeting and with the Cayuga Sanitary District. We attended, Councilmember Landrum and myself attended Shop, Sip, and Stroll in the downtown area 2 weeks ago on Friday, and I would remind everyone that this Friday is the Embarcadero, so please go down and enjoy the evening and support those businesses down there. May 7th is Bike to School, so for those of you who have children in the community, we'll be recognizing them on Bike to School Day, and for those of you driving, please be aware there will be extra youth out on their bicycles. Again, this weekend is the Kite Festival. The following weekend is the Morro Bay Car Show. There will be a car cruise on Friday night, so hopefully everyone will come out and enjoy that. And just a reminder for the business community as well as the residents that we have a lot of road closures right now. We were able to do our dig outs and all the other things with our paving projects in the residential areas and in the business areas, and unfortunately everything always gets delayed because of rain and bad weather. The city is doing the best they can to where they can to do one side of the road and then the other, especially in the business areas, but it's just not always possible. We do have an ordinance that does not allow us to do construction, paving, construction, road work from Memorial Weekend through Labor Day. So there's a pretty small window right now to get it finished in the business area. I would encourage anyone who's not sure when the road closures are to go to the city's website and look at the page there that has a map. And there's also a phone number you can call if you're not sure. They're very receptive. I called them the other day to find out where on my business street they would be closing and what was available. So make sure you check and see. There should be access to your businesses. So with that, I will turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, for the very informative update and the council members' updates. And I'm going to follow up on Councilmember Echols' yes culture statement as well. And in light of our budget development efforts, the whole staff are really deep in the budget development effort right now. And as we all know, the city have some budget challenges. We're okay, but we have challenges. And we are implementing a priority-based approach for our budget development this cycle. And then we wanted to prioritize resources available to be able to provide the best service that we can in light of the yes statement. I want to share a few examples that can showcase our collective efforts from all departments. So my example number one, the police department utilized volunteers for non-confidential data entry tasks. By doing that, they can free up paid staff for critical work. And the Public Works Department, of course, partnered with nonprofit groups to beautify right-ways. Earlier, Councilmember LaFace stated that Morro Bay with the nonprofit organization. Just last week, we had this event to beautify our right-ways. Morro Bay in Bloom, that's the name of the organization. And the IT division negotiates multi-year service contract so that it can lock in better rates and avoid annual increases and the annual paperwork for the contracts. Finance and Community Development Department collaborate to enhance the oversight of the short-term rental permit administration activities. For the fire department, they maximize participation in the state strike team program, which provides professional growth opportunities. We're also helping build funds for our engine replacement. So this is a very well-received program. And now speaking of Harbor Department, the department leverages external relationship with U.S. Coast Guard, Fishermen Alliance, and the California State Parks to gain funding for our critical needs on T-pier, on revetment, and on the bay dredging program. The city clerk's office continue to shift from paper-based filings and agenda management to online systems, which would improve accuracy and save time and save material cost, and make us very modern. Our recreation division, really, they step in to partner with the state school district to preserve the transitional kindergarten program from being cut, because the district was, earlier this year, was considering cutting the program because their budget shortfall, but our recreation division stepped in to create this partnership, a win-win partnership, save this critical service. We're also generating revenue to support cities program. So this is very, I'm very proud of this program that recreation department is able to formulate. Moving on to the the human resources and risk management collaborates with our police department to implement this state-mandated workplace violence prevention program. By this collaboration, it saved cities thousands of dollars on consultants. So all those examples are great way to showcase our departments. So collaborate together, find a solution to strive for proficiency and efficiency in our operation. And I just couldn't be prouder of these small things that we do every day. Moving on, my second announcement, I want to follow up on my announcement from last City Council meeting, where I announced the Vistra withdraw their application, application from the city. Following that, the city development, community development director, Erlen Sinwald, issued a press release. It was very well done. It's out there. But one thing I do want to clarify is that the Vistra's letter said that Vistra is not interested in gifting the power plant property to the city. However, the city's question was just to explore options for ownership transfer. So there's a difference, and I will prepare a reply with the help from Councilmember Echols and then Director Sinwald, and I'm going to send this letter out to Vistra, and this letter is available for public disclosure.
Thank you, City Manager Kimball. I appreciate the updates. A lot going on. With that, we will move to our subcommittee reports. And do we have anything on the water reclamation facility, Mr. Bullock?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. The Wharf Subcommittee met on Wednesday, the 16th, with our neighbors to the north, Cayuga Sanitary District. I would say we had a very productive meeting in discussing some of the jointly owned properties and infrastructure, and more updates to come on that. And then we also met as a subcommittee yesterday, and staff presented Wharf Subcommittee with updates on an environmental addendum document for the recycled water project, as well as a phased approach to drilling injection wells for the recycled water project. Both of those items will be going to the Public Works Advisory Board in fuller detail on May 21st of next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Qualick. Mr. Singwald, any updates?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. There are no updates related to the power plant property or offshore wind subcommittees.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to our presentation this evening, and that will be the Morro Bay Chamber of Commerce quarterly update. Dina?
Thank you, Mayor. There we go. So thank you so much this evening for allowing the Chamber to present our quarterly update on our economic development contract. I have my timer set, so we should be efficient and respectful of everyone in the room. For the first subject is business attraction and retention, which is an inventory of city properties that are for lease or for sale. We update this monthly and provide that to the city, currently utilizing LoopNet and Reach as my resources. There's 6 commercial properties listed for sale and 7 commercial properties listed for lease. The business retention is conduct an annual survey of Morro Bay business license holders via online, through direct mail, or phone samples. We currently deployed that survey out a few weeks ago. It'll end the first week in May. It went out to a little over 700 businesses. So we're looking forward to those results. Local and regional partners that the Chamber works with consistently are the Workforce Development Board, SlowCal Careers. I'm working with them right now to put together a job fair for our hospitality businesses. There's going to be a job fair at Cuesta College Thursday that I'll be a part of as well, and I've worked with SlowCal Careers on that. Mission Community Service Corporation, Cal Poly Local Development Council, those are all great resources that we utilize and meet with regularly in order to provide accurate resources to our businesses. Morro Bay Chamber events, we continue to have breakfasts on the bay with engaging topics and great leaders within our community that share what's happening with them and give our community some great insights. We also have mixers 6 times a year, which is a great way for the community and the businesses to come together, as well as fellow businesses to exchange information and make sure that they are aware of what's happening in their community. We had our annual summit with some great leaders in our local and regional government. Had a great crowd come out for that. Our Shop, Sip, and Stroll, we had our downtown event 2 weeks ago, and as the mayor mentioned, we have our Embarcadero event this Friday. All in all, the Chamber has 21 events a year. Workforce development, our current labor force in Morro Bay is 5,669, with a total of 674 businesses. This could be at-home businesses, online businesses, brick and mortar establishments as well. As I mentioned earlier, we have April 24th, we'll have a job fair that we're partaking in. I sent out a communication to all of our membership asking if they were in need of any employees as we embark on our busy season. We're also working with Visit Morro Bay to put on a job fair for our hospitality segment, which is one of the leading employers in our community, to make sure that they have the proper staffing as we embark on our busy season in the summer. We also have been looking into kiosks for our community. Should we open another visitor center, or should we engage with some of the kiosk companies? Councilmember Edwards mentioned that she had engaged with one of these kiosks in Paso Robles a few weeks ago. And we've been doing our due diligence. There's a number of companies, those 3 that are up there, InstaHop, KioWare, and Advanced Kiosks are 3 of the top ones in the marketplace. The range and price point on that can range anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000, depending on whether you're going to be an outside monolith or you want an inside monitor, maybe in one of our existing community locations we could utilize. There's some upkeep that needs to be done. Someone needs to update this software on a regular basis. It also can be monetized as well by selling some of the advertising to restaurants and different businesses in our vicinity. So it's a great opportunity. Just want to make you aware that, and I've spoken with the city manager and the assistant to the city manager about this. So if we want to go deeper into this, we can identify what we're truly looking for and identify where it wants to be. But I think it's a great resource for people who are coming into our community, as well as those that show up and say, what am I going to do now that I'm here? Start strong, stay stronger. Our business startup guide is something that we've deployed in the last few months. It's a great roadmap for those that are starting businesses in our community, and what are some of the steps that they want to go through very methodically to not only ensure that they survive that first year, but they thrive those subsequent years thereafter. I'll share a personal story with you tonight of a business that I've been visiting. I won't reveal the name of the business or the owner right now, but he started a business about a year ago, and it's in the restaurant industry. And he has recently embarked on opening a second location in our downtown area, which I applaud him. It's scary enough to own a business and start it that first year and get through that. But to then take on a second business and move forward with that, and now he's working with the chamber, trying to identify what resources he needs to succeed, what type of marketing he needs, how can we assist him in one of our targeted districts, the downtown district. We love to see not only new businesses come in, but existing businesses that are expanding, and I'm honored as the CEO of the chamber to be a partner with this gentleman in his expansion. Event possibilities, I've been speaking with the assistant to the city manager, has had some productive meetings at kind of identifying some ways that we can engage local visitors as well as out-of-town visitors to come into Morro Bay and spend more than just a day, but multiple days within the month of December. So we're investigating that and look at that as an opportunity for us. The chamber hours are always expanding, so come by anytime. And I have 3 minutes left. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Dina. Dina, can she ask a question, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hi, Dina, thank you for
Hi,
that
Zara.
presentation. I was wondering, I've noticed you said you had the information on the businesses that were for lease or for sale. Do you know anything about that rehab center on North Main? Is that in any of your information? I've just noticed that that's been vacant for a while now, and I was wondering what's going on with that, or if you have contacted them, or...
I'll have to look at the addresses. It doesn't come up
Oh.
as a name, but certainly
Well,
if it's on North Main, I'll
Yeah,
research
it used to
certainly.
be Maya's Restaurant and a hotel. And then also, I wonder if we have on our agenda tonight the roundabout, and I wonder if the chamber has reached out to any of the businesses that would be affected by a potential roundabout there, like businesses on the 41 in Maine and in that vicinity.
No, we haven't. We're going to listen to what's happening tonight, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll move into public comment. I have speaker slips to start out with. After that, public comment will be open for anyone. You do not need to turn a speaker slip in. I will start with our Morro Bay High School principal back there in the back, Mr. Scaldi, followed by Kirian, and then followed by Sugar Cliff. Thank you.
Forgive me, I didn't know I'd be first. Thanks for the opportunity, Mayor and City Council. My name is Scott Scaldi. I'm the principal at Morro Bay High School. We haven't talked to our students this year about the possibility of a roundabout, but we had in the past. And I just want to share a summary of that and then extend an opportunity to have our kids do more if you'd like. Last time around, our kids were not, as they saw the proposal, which I think is still the same, they were not very concerned as pedestrians about safety with the crosswalks. The students who drive were more concerned to their students. They were concerned to share that they don't like the way it is now. Lots of almost accidents because the right-of-way can be difficult at the intersection near school. So in general, our kids, I don't want to say they were for or against any change. They wanted to share that they didn't have concerns about walking in the crosswalks in the proposal. And they said if it might make traffic patterns better, we might be for it. But they didn't come out in one way or the other. I just wanted to share, and I want to extend it. If you as a group or the city wants to work with our kids to get more input, to ask more pointed questions, we're happy to do that. We have a student congress, we have a student senate, we can reach out to lots of different students because they're part of the community. If you want them to have more input, we're happy to work with you to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scaldi.
well, this is an interesting coincidence. Oh dear, he's leaving. Oh well. So it's that time of year again. It has been a whole year, and to my knowledge, it has still not happened. Last year, I asked you guys, and Moorabay High School as well, to please both officially acknowledge and apologize for that apparently long-running tradition of your pinup calendars. Need I remind you that every time I think of pinups and pinup calendars, I picture the April boy in his little Speedo with his little Easter eggs tucked up there. Still hasn't happened. Maybe it did. Maybe I missed it. It's possible. Don't think so. That was all I was going to say. But then, I mean, I'm kind of shocked. I really shouldn't be, but I am. Do I need to remind you guys about separation of church and state, perhaps? I mean, hey, you want to get out there and bless your boats yourself? Hey, be my guest. But I don't want my government blessing my boats. I especially don't want you specifically choosing a specific denomination. In this case, the Catholics. I mean, I come from a Catholic family, so I'm not foreign to the idea, but I consider that a big no-no. Now, maybe legally you didn't overstep any bounds here. I really think you did. I'm really not happy about this, but I know where I stand. Not that long ago, I had some city employees self-identify as current or former members of extremist cults of Christianity. That specifically being 3 out of the 5 cops that arrested me recently. The other 2 being well smart enough not to say anything. The other 3 were probably hoping to catch me on like anti-Christian bias or something. But on that note, weirdly enough, I'm actually going to recommend, if you guys are out and about on Saturday at Farmers Market down there, I'm not a member. I actually cannot be a member. However, I personally love chatting with those Jehovah's Witnesses. Really nice people. I know a lot of people have a problem with them, but anybody that's willing to treat me with that amount of respect, I will just stand there and I will go back and forth with those people, and my friends will walk by, try to say hi. I just completely miss them. Please be more careful. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sugar Cliff, and I own Grandma's Mercantile on Main. I am a resident of Morro Bay. And I wanted to talk about, we're beating this to death about the road construction, I know. But it was mentioned that there's no road construction between Labor Day, Memorial Day and Labor Day, or back and forth, whichever, But in August of last summer, the end of August, we had cones put out, and they were put out for the broadband. And I know that, and so here we're all scrambling down there, trying to get with the last bit of summer we can get, because it don't last long enough. And we get cones put out, and they get put away in October. So we missed that last little bit. My summer numbers went down by 10%. So then, October, okay, we got Christmas still. We can make it for Christmas. If it wasn't put back out in Christmas, we had events. We had Santa Claus coming. And yes, they do put 7:30 to 2:30 on whatever, but they're small, and the visitors coming in don't see that. All they see are red cones that they don't want to park by because they're afraid they're going to get tickets, because a lot of small towns make their money by writing tickets. Okay, so Christmas was a little bust, watching people close down shops, but we've got Easter. Easter comes every time between Palm Sunday and Easter. It's a big week. But no, it was not. Because they were scraping the roads, all the stuff off the roads. And it's just, I wish that the people who do tourism and visiting and work with that will work with the people who plan the road stuff. I mean, I'm starting to wonder, next month's the car show, are we going to pave Morro Bay Boulevard that week? It doesn't make sense. where I'm watching these small businesses go under. I'm being one of them. I'm going to be putting my business up for sale because I don't think I can make it much longer, you know? And working in this town, having a business in this town has been a lifelong dream. I love it. I love this town. I cherish this town. I worked hard to get to move here. Of course, next month I'm moving to Los Osos because my landlord's, you know, threw a wrench and stuff, but it's still going to be here. But I hear from visitors all the time about things like that. Well, we don't know where to park because all the signs are here. What if you ticket us? You know, other places make money by the ticketing. You know, it's just, I love this little town. I want it to thrive. But I'm watching my friends lose their businesses. And it's kind of sad downtown right now. It really is. And we were hoping Easter would pick up, but now we're hoping the car show. So don't pave like Morro Bay Boulevard, okay, you guys? Thank you. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Sugar. Next up, I have Joel Solano, followed by Linda Winters, and after that, public comment is open without speaker slips.
Good afternoon, council and audience. My name is Joe Solano. I live aboard here in the harbor off the Tidelands dock. I've got two points that I want to hit tonight. One is I really don't feel that we need to be spending the money on the roundabout. Yes, I understand there's congestion there, and it can be a hassle to try to come and go from town on that end. But we need so much work done on the revetments and in the harbor itself. Why don't we put that money, if it's not already earmarked that it has to be spent there, why don't we put that money towards some of the millions of dollars that are required to rebuild Morro Bay's revetments and the waterfront? Right now, it's been a good week, maybe a little longer. I've kind of lost count, but I got dishes that need doing. We need water put back on the Tidelands dock. That water was disconnected a while back. It's still disconnected. We've got a pump out on the Tidelands dock that only partially works now. We've spent 2 or 3 days with the dock closed in order for them to put the pump out there, and now it's broken again. This morning it's got a sign on it that says out of order. Sorry. The money that's being spent for the roundabout should be put back onto the harbor. Yes, I understand we've got tourists that are trying to come into town on 41, but when they get to town, they enjoy the harbor. We had one of the council members mention Estro Bay Adventures in the ability that they have to go down there and enjoy that. That's going to go away if we can't rebuild and revitalize our waterfront. That's where the money needs to be spent, not on a roundabout. It's going to cause more accidents. It's going to cause, yes, I know the principal said the students weren't concerned about it. They're kids. For goodness sakes, kids think they're invincible. They don't realize that they're not going to hold up to a car when a car hits them. These are going to be accidents there. They're more so, and it's going to be more dangerous than it is now. I really don't have any more to say on either subject. You'll have a nice night.
Good evening. My name is Linda Winters, a 31-year resident here in Morro Bay in the same mobile home park, which is going to be close by the roundabout. But I'm not talking about that. I am talking about, I have to kind of giggle a little bit because it says public comments on items that are not on the agenda. Have you seen this agenda for tonight? It's a big one. But I did find a few things to talk about. To start out with, I hope you all had a lovely Easter. I had a wonderful one. And on Monday morning, yesterday morning, bright and early, I got a phone call from 805 Street Outreach Director, Wendy Blacker. You may remember her from the last council meeting and her announcement that she received a foundation grant to keep her Monday shower trailer going. She told me that the trailer would start up again on May 5th at the library. Part 2 of that good news is that she signed a contract with the county to have the shower trailer every single Monday at the library. Just think of all those clean bodies that we're going to have. To follow up with the showers is the Monday night community dinners with the food bank and the donation station with clothing, toiletries, and bedding when they're available. And we also serve a very hot meal, lovely hot meal. And last night, it was 78 folks that walked through the door in an hour and a half. And one more bit of good news, FitnessWorks has agreed to help the clothing collection effort for men's clothes to help over at our donation station. Oops. You can bring your new and gently used men's clothing to FitnessWorks, and they will bring them to us from May 12th to May 31st. So ladies, now is the time to clean out your husband's closets. We won't tell them, and we won't give them back. I guess I covered some of my good news. We will be very, very happy that the slurry seal is over. Thank you, Mr. Qualick. It's working well. And enjoy the Kite Festival this weekend and the Morro Bay Car Show coming soon. And I'll be seeing you all on May 13th. Thank you.
How's it going? I'm John Holguin, and
I'm Sans Doherty, and we are students at Morro Bay High School, and we both play football. First off, we want to thank the city and the community of Morro Bay for always supporting us in fundraisers and coming out to games and just putting the football team in the community. We wanted to come to promote our upcoming fundraiser, Casino Night. It's going to be at the community center on the 26th, this Saturday, at 5 p.m., and we still have some spots open. And we wanted to say that it has all-you-can-eat tri-tip, open bar, there's gambling, there's silent auction, and we just wanted to thank the community for supporting, and we hope that we can get some more donors.
are there any questions about that?
No, we look forward to attending.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much for the support.
Hello. Hello, my name is Ayan Patel, and I am a student from Morro Bay High School. I am here on behalf of the Morro Bay High School PE class. If you may not know, the PE class goes to the Cloisters Park every Wednesday, which is our 2-hour block period to go have fun and get our exercise in. Around December, an individual who was not a police officer or not a City of Morro Bay official came up to us and escorted us off the park abruptly, stating we were being too disruptive and too old to be on the play structure. Then that individual took to the city, and there was a sign implemented for the playground structure to be intended for 2 to 5-year-olds. Since then, our PE class couldn't even be a sliver close to that structure without the same individual yelling at us to get off. I am here, along with my esteemed peer from my school, to fight for this sign to be removed from the Cloisters playground. I am here to ask, why is this playground not intended for every student in the entire county? Why only 2 to 5-year-olds? I'd like to bring out a historical document to support my claim. According to the 14th Amendment, which is the Equal Protection Clause, which protects children, which does include us, from 1 to 17, being mistreated and left out of a city-run park that violates that right. We are dealing with a case of age discrimination here in our lovely city of Morro Bay. I'd also like to bring out the UNRRA Civil Rights Act, which protects against age discrimination in public entities such as public parks. You may be wondering, why does a 15-year-old need to be going on a park? Well, why does a Why can't a 6-year-old be on the park? Why can't a 7-year-old be on the park? Why not an 8-year-old? Why are we being limited from only 2 to 5-year-olds to be on the playground? We are children of Morro Bay. We should be treated equally and not be discriminated against our age. The students at Morro Bay High are very respectful, and every kid in this county is respectful to one another. We mean no harm to the younger ones. We have no intention of making 2 to 5-year-olds feel intimidated by us. Imagine the children in the Cloisters community being restricted from their own park in the neighborhood they pay to live in, restricting their childhood because they weren't allowed on the playground. A person who lives in the community stated they were truly upset about how the children are being discriminated against simply by aging into young adults. This individual also has a young child who will soon will not be able to fit the intended age limit. How sad, right? That's pretty sad. This sign is breaking our community down by having young students like us come to the city, and asking for your help should mean a lot. That sign is the reason why we are getting kicked off the playground. I would like to hand this over to my peer, who also attends Morro Bay High School.
Hi, my name is Victoria Young. I also attend MBHS. I do not have PE, but I am upset by this mistreatment of kids in Morro Bay. How are our children supposed to be, how our children are being...
childhoods!
Oh, or how our childhoods are being taken slowly away from us and because of our age. I would like to ask, did the council know anything about this before we came up here?
You can go ahead and just finish your comments.
Okay.
We don't respond.
That's back to me.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Vicky. As you can see, the kids of Morro Bay care about this case, and we would like this sign to be removed as a whole, regardless of what it's intended or not. It's discriminatory and an eyesore to look at.
Can I interrupt you? We only allow 3 minutes. Okay. Your time exceeded already.
Okay. Please take
If she'd like to finish, she can. No? Okay. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming out.
City Councilman, staff, I want to thank everybody for the paving and slurry that's been going on in the city. I do have a question regarding the repainting of lines. At the end of Main Street, when you get to Yerba Buena, the curb has a dip in it with the rumble strip in it, showing that there obviously is a place to step down and go across the street, to go across Yerba Buena towards Highway 1. There is no pedestrian right-of-way. There's no lines put on the street, there's nothing. So you would come off the sidewalk after you go across the Creek Bridge, come up on the sidewalk, get to the point where the rumble strip is, and there's nothing. Cars come cooking down Yerba Buena trying to catch the light to get on Highway 1. When you're in the middle of summer and you've got kids and wagons and surfboards and dogs, XYZ, you know, you're kind of, it's a free-for-all. I need to find out if there's any way or possibility to look at that intersection while the lines are being painted, especially with the proposition of, you know, increased short-term rentals and the prospect of houses on Panorama. If at that intersection where the street dips down, if a pedestrian crosswalk can go across Yerba Buena, because there is actually cross lines that go across Zanzibar and then over to the sidewalk to the PCH. Anyway, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Heidi Bea. I am a longtime resident of Morro Bay, and I'm here just to register my opposition to the proposed roundabout at the intersection of Main Street and Highway 41. I have not seen any traffic studies regarding this roundabout, but I am concerned about the safety of the numerous pedestrians who utilize these intersections. Thank you.
Anyone else, excuse me, anyone else for public comment on items not on the agenda who have not already spoken? You only get one swipe at it.
I just have to say thank you to these students who came and shared. And I'd like to say to you two that if we were allowed to clap, the whole room would be clapping. We're not in favor of that sign. And I live in the Cloisters, and why that playground is labeled up to 5 years old, I don't know, because anyway, it's more for a little bit older kids. And I'm so glad you brought it to our attention. Thank you.
I was just going to have the kids speak, but I'll speak for them because they left an important part out about our fundraiser. Our fundraiser this Saturday night at the community center in Morro Bay is to raise money for our first trip ever out of state to play in Maui, which is going to be really special for these kids. It's a unique opportunity for them to see different culture, travel. I was amazed how many kids haven't been to Hawaii, or let alone maybe even out of state. So it's going to be a great trip for these kids. We're just trying to raise money so we can get over there and play this game. It's going to be real historic. And they forgot to say we're raising money for Maui. So I wanted to clarify that. Secondly, I'm the PE teacher that takes the kids to the Cloisters on Wednesdays. A lot of weeks we do that. Not every week, but a lot of weeks we do. And we get out because we have a 2-hour block. It's a long time for PE, so we usually do something else too. But we take a long walk. We go to the park. We play in the park. The kids do go on the play structure, and they're very respectful. If there's any little kids that are near the play structure, playing the play structure, they don't go on it. They're very gentle with it. You did a good job, Ion. The sign did go up. We respect that because we respect the law, right, Ion? Yeah. So we don't go on it now, but the kids are kind of upset about it. So I told Ion, come to the meeting and express his concerns. So those are the concerns. I'm the teacher, and they respect the park, and we love the park, and we love Morro Bay. Come out and support our fundraiser and take that sign down. Thank you.
Good evening, Natalia Mirzoyan. I had never heard before that the roundabout was going to displace the trailer park. And if that is indeed the case, I think that is another very important consideration that would be against putting in the roundabout, because it would create displacement of people, mostly older people, who have lived there many years and would be at a loss to find something equally low income to replace it. It's incomprehensible to me, if it's true, to displace all those people to satisfy the Caltrans desire for safety. And that in itself, displacing all those people, is obviously a safety question in itself. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on items not on the agenda? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. We had one, but I don't see them in the queue anymore. Nope, no hands raised.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Thank you to all our speakers, and thank you to the high school students who came out. I won't venture to guess why the sign went up, other than maybe it's weight limited or something like that, but we will certainly have our Parks and Rec Department update us on that. Mr. Kwolek, any comment about the question on the striping out on Yerba Buena? Do you know anything on that one?
Thank you. I've asked the constituent to be in touch with us over email so we can have a hard look at that.
Perfect, thank you, good timing. Thank you very much for that. With that, we'll move to the consent agenda. Before we do that, I'm going to pull, with council's permission, item 7B, which was adoption of a resolution and limited duration interim city attorney employment agreement for retired annuitant It is not ready to come to council, so with council's permission, we'll withdraw that this evening. Yes, 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 thank you. Which leaves one item on our consent before public comment. So public comment is open on the consent agenda. Any public comment on the consent agenda? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. There are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Ask for a motion for approval on the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. With that, we will move on to our public hearing item. I will open this public hearing item and ask Chief Watkins. Item A8, introduction of ordinance repealing and replacing Title VII Animals of the Morro Bay Municipal Code.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, City Council, and the community. I'm getting feedback. Is that? So what? No? Just gonna shut the laptop down, just in case. Okay, so we'll start moving forward. So this is there we go, thank you. This is a return to this agenda item from our last city council meeting. And just for review, for those that could not join us last week, I'll go through this fairly quickly. This is to introduce an ordinance repealing and replacing Title VII Animals of the Morro Bay Municipal Code. So last meeting on April 8th, during the Morro Bay City Council meeting, council received a presentation from San Luis Obispo Animal Services Manager, Dr. Eric Anderson, regarding the scope and service and cost allocation methods provided to the city by San Luis Obispo Animal Services. Council was also presented in this agenda item to repeal and replace Title VII Animals of the Morro Bay Municipal Code to adopt and incorporate by reference San Luis Obispo County Code Title IX Animals. The purpose of the repeal and replace of this code of the City Municipal Code Title VII with the County Code Title IX is to standardize regulation and create continuity throughout the county. We received a lot of community correspondence regarding this agenda item, and prior to the meeting, the public comment was heard from the community. County Code Sections 9.04.002 and 9.04.006 regarding the holding period for household pets was discussed with the community, requesting the city require San Luis Obispo Animal Services to increase the holding period from 3 days to 7 days. A motion to adopt the ordinance with the change to the county code sections that I just stated, requiring a 7-day hold period, was made. At that time, our city attorney, Robert Schultz, advised the council that the city does not have the ability to change the county code. The council revised the motion instructing staff to return with the agenda on today's date with additional recommendations regarding the holding period. So after our last meeting, staff reached out to Dr. Anderson from Animal Services, spoke with city manager, our city attorney, to discuss options. Animal Services and Dr. Anderson continued to maintain that the Title IX of the county code under animals has been adopted by the Board of Supervisors after a staff and legal review of that code. The code is in line with state law and industry best practices, and that Title IX could not be changed without direction of the County Board of Supervisors. Further, a city municipal code is unenforceable with the county animal services. I had made the request, the city managers were meeting that Friday, and I had asked City Manager Kimball if she would reach out to those city managers, gave her some information regarding the ordinance, and if she'd like to share and you guys have questions, she could certainly share that information that was addressed during our city manager meeting, our county city manager meeting. Furthermore, I had a long discussion with City Attorney Robert Schultz, and he can address his concern, but to be brief in summary, the legal liability if the city of Morro Bay were to choose to adopt a substantially different holding period from the county code, in his eyes, put the city in some liability, depending on how that was going to be enforced or unable to be enforced. So to conclude, the options that were reviewed, certainly with all parties interested, what we came up with was coming back to our original recommendation with one addition to adopt by reference the Title IX of the county code. There are truly no significant changes from Title VII of the City of Morro Bay Code to the Title IX. The current rules and regulations related to animals, the City Municipal Code has previously maintained the same 3-day holding period after notification is made. And so there aren't any significant changes. And there are some concerns about other aspects of making the request and requirement of the county to extend that to a 7-day. The proposed ordinance is a cleanup effort to streamline the city's animal regulations to reflect state law changes and align with regional animal services regulations. So the recommendation being brought before you is to adopt the Title IX by reference in the county code, but also what we've made is a recommendation to authorize the mayor to sign a letter asking the San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors to review and potentially make a change and request that Animal Services change their Title IX code to reflect the 7-day required holding period. So that is our recommendation to council this evening, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Chief. Questions from council?
No.
Questions to my left? Yes.
Thank you for that report, Chief Watkins. I did have a question for you. I understand, and I'm a dog lover myself, and I understand wanting to extend the holding period. But I started thinking about, my concern is cost, and not only how it might affect us, as I think maybe our city attorney was getting at, but also how would it affect the county, because we're only one piece of that pie. In other words, my understanding is that when the animals are, come in for that period, it's not like these are from Cayucas, these are from Morro Bay, these are from SLO. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Well, the county animal services house all 7 city, they do the enforcement throughout the county. And so when you view the housing and the shelter capacity right now, it generally operates at 100% full capacity because of the amount of animals that are being brought in or impounded. To extend, and that's under the 3-day holding, and I think it's important to understand that upon notification, the 3-day holding is when the owner has been notified that their animal has been brought into the shelter, impounded by Animal Services. The 3-day holding period is not then followed up immediately by euthanasia. It opens that animal up for the possibility of adoption. And then after that, the holding period depends on the shelter capacity, the ability to move the animal to other rescue shelters and things like that. So euthanasia, and Dr. Anderson mentioned it during his last presentation, that the Animal Services of San Luis Obispo County has a 90% live rate, which is almost a no-kill shelter, which is truly impressive. And so when I spoke to Dr. Anderson regarding the changes that a 7-day holding period would create for the shelter, the first thing that he had mentioned was that would require an expansion. And so just the labor and the time, that would be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars just on staff time and taking care of those animals. And then taking it a step further to increase the capacity, so to build additional kennels to adequately house a 7-day holding period, that would be in the millions to $1 to $2 million range. And that was just off the top of his head. So there is a cost associated with increasing that holding period. And you know, I sit through these, the animal services meetings, and we talk about the change in budget, the increase in budget, the needs of animal services, and what is usually, when I bring back to certainly you know, our finance director and our city manager, the increase in fees that the city continues to pay for animal services increases every year. And right now, currently, we estimate, or we budget for about $60,000 a year. And for this type of requirement, it would increase that exponentially.
Thank you. And I think, oh, sorry, City Manager, were you going to comment?
Yes,
Go
if
ahead.
I may,
Go
I
ahead.
was going to add to what Chief Watkins was stating. At the city managers, a regional city managers meeting, and we did discuss that, as she stated. And when other city managers expressed a concern that because this is a regional service, and so all 7 cities and a county enter into a service agreement, not so much about the ordinance, a separate service agreement, whereas Chief Watkins referred to that we pay right now for us is $60,000 a year for that service. And if we were to change the holding period, make it longer, then, as Chief Watkins stated, will require additional infrastructure and additional staff time, and that would definitely will be shared by all partner agencies. And all the cities are now facing budget challenges, and so no city wanted to just to increase to pay more for the service, and so therefore, it's not just Morro Bay, as a council member Edwards you refer to is a regional. This agreement is going to impact the entire region.
Thank you, City Manager. And then I just had one last question, something that I thought was interesting that came up. I don't know if it was our conversation that we had earlier with the other questions that I had, but it's the idea of there is somewhat of an overcrowding or overcapacity right now. Could you explain that or a little bit for us?
So how Dr. Anderson explains it to me is that they are routinely at 100% capacity. And so, and those are, when you're dealing with animal services, it is not safe to put multiple animals in one kennel. So each animal has to have their own separate space. Cats are a little bit different, but dogs are a big part of that. And what he expressed was at 100% capacity, he shared with me that they generally will have dogs, and he shared some graphs with me as well, that a typical stay or time to adoption is just over 20 days, right in the 22-day range for dogs. Cats are a little bit higher. They're in the higher 20s. And then the length of stay for dogs is around that 15-day range, and for cats it's about a 22-day range. So when you talk about 100% capacity for these facilities, they're maintaining that capacity because they're making every effort possible to adopt the animals, to make sure that they maintain that 90% live rate. And so if they were, euthanizing animals after, a 3-day, a 7-day, which they're not, you would have less of a capacity of that shelter. And so the numbers that he shares, and I'm sure he shared with all of council that when they went on the tour was, the kennel is at capacity because they're trying to save the animals and adopt the animals out that are adoptable. And so that turnaround is important, and the length of stay is important because that is what's creating that capacity. And if we were to extend the requirement to 7 days, some of those animals that are in the shelter on average of 21 to 25 days, those animals are going to have to be moved aside by different means. One would be euthanasia, so you're actually lessening their opportunity to be adopted with expanding that holding period.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Watkins and City Manager Kimball. Again, this is a public hearing item. If there's no further questions from council, I will open the hearing for public comment on this item.
Evening, Betty Winholtz. When this was presented a couple of weeks ago, I was at Arroyo Grande asking them to also change the holding period from 3 days to 7 days, which they did. They did not do it through the ordinance. They did it with a side letter, which is being proposed tonight. So you would be agreeing with Arroyo Grande to do that. And for those cities that have already passed the county ordinance, the dog groups, that there's a dog park alliance for the whole county. Those and other pet owners, we're going to go back to the other 5 cities and get them to come on and agree to the 7 days and make that request to the Board of Supervisors. We thought the request to the board would be more powerful if all the cities agreed. So we're waiting until all the cities have been addressed and on board because we missed some of that time period for that. I want to say that and I believe this, that the animal shelter and at their discretion is already holding on to animals for longer than the required time. And they're already doing humane things like, putting them into homes temporarily, getting them to other organizations that save people, get them adopted. So if they're already doing all of that, what is the problem with going from 3 days to 7 days? Because they're already going beyond that to 15 and 22 days. So my concern is that Dr. Anderson will not always be in charge. And the ordinance currently says it's at the discretion of the director. So I'm kind of looking ahead and saying, is this not the way we want to continue? And if it's not in writing, it doesn't have to be kept. So if we put it in writing, then it has to be maintained. And so the capacity idea is not only do they have the current building, but they have the old building, which hasn't been utilized yet. And for those of you who went on the tour, I think you can talk to capacity and not capacity. But I don't think that we're asking for anything beyond what's already being operated. We're just asking that it be put into the ordinance so it won't get changed should leadership change. I don't know what else to say to help you understand that this is a good thing to do for owners, for visitors who come and lose their animals. They need more than 3 days to go find them before their pet might get adopted or whatever. So just hoping that you see that this is something that would help the whole county, pet owners, as well as the impounded animals. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. There are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Thank you again for the information. We had an opportunity to have that presentation at the last meeting from Dr. Anderson, and I think all 5 of us toured out there, I believe. Yeah. The new facility is amazing compared to that old one, which is all boarded up and looks awful. It's hard to believe they were there before. The thing I appreciated in taking the time to go out there and walk through it is understanding what capacity meant because of the intake. And then having kennels that are full, 2 of them that were full with dogs that had had litters of puppies. And, you know, the long term, they're going to be there for at least 8 weeks before they can be adoptable. So there is, I understand that impact differently a little bit now. I appreciated the information that was shared with us regarding the day that there's an intake does not count as a day. The weekends don't count. There's other things in place, and I think that sending the letter from our city along with the other cities is certainly supportive of our community's feelings towards really expressing the desire to make sure that there's adequate time for people to retrieve their animals. The statistics were interesting when we were there, and understanding, I think it was 1.7 days or something that somebody usually comes to retrieve their dog. It was a very small window. Most people are paying attention, but we learned a lot from the process. And a reminder that the contract is up every 5 years. So this will be reviewed every 5 years. Sending the letter to the supervisors doesn't mean they'll change the ordinance, but they will hear our voice and our concerns, and I think that the animal services will too. So those are my comments. To my right, comments?
I agree with your comments, Mayor. That was the first time I had been out there, and it was a really beautiful facility. I joked that City Hall it looks like it's what I would think is for the dogs compared to that. But they also did, when I was driving away, I realized that they have that whole facility that's right there that they were in. And to me, in my mind, if you needed extra space, that is really available to them. So I hope that they get creative and can do something with that.
Councilmember Eccles.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for this recommendation. I think it's an elegant solution to getting us aligned with the rest of the county and the county ordinance, as well as making our voice heard and the voices of the residents heard relative to the holding period.
Yeah, I was just asking for clarity and just showing concern for the increases that it would potentially have for the other neighboring communities, but I'm absolutely supportive of sending a letter on behalf of our community. I just wanted to hear the information. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll ask for a motion.
Thank you. I move to introduce by title only with further reading waived ordinance number 669 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Morro Bay, California, repealing and replacing Title VII Animals of the Morro Bay Municipal Code to adopt and incorporate by reference San Luis Obispo County Code Title IX Animals, and to retain certain city requirements regarding animals and finding the action not subject to CEQA.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
And then, may I make the second one?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So I further move that the City Council authorize the mayor to sign a letter to the San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors expressing the city's desire for the review and changing of Title IX, Sections 9.04.002 and 9.04.006, requiring animal services to adopt a 7-day holding period of all impounded household pets.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Moving on. Business items. 9A, City Attorney Recruitment. Mr. Schultz.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor and Council. From the City of Morro Bay, since its incorporation in 1964 and until 2002, and again from 2013 to the present, contracted out its services for legal services and for city attorney to outside law firms. Between 2002 and 2013, the city employed an in-house city attorney. At your April 8th meeting, the council directed staff to prepare a city attorney job description and salary range for an in-house city attorney. To move forward with the in-house city attorney, the city must establish a job description for the city attorney role, which is attached as Exhibit 1, and includes the scope of services that would be required by the city attorney, which include land use, real estate, harbor lease negotiations and administration, public works, construction, legal support, and any other duties and responsibilities as described and put forth by the council. The proposed salary range is equivalent to the city manager position, which is a range for fiscal year 25-26 of between $212,000 and $245,000. In addition to the approval of the job description and salary schedule, staff is seeking guidance on whether to do the recruitment in-house or hire an executive recruiter to help with the hiring process. The advantages and disadvantages are set forth in the staff report with a range of costs from $5,000 if it's done in-house and as much as $35,000 if it's done with an outside executive recruiter. My recommendation would be to hire a professional recruiter to lead only certain aspects of the process to keep costs down, including targeted research and background and reference checks. The city's last executive recruiter in 2023 cost approximately $35,000, but that was for all aspects from beginning and doing the brochure and any outreach and being involved in the interview process. And that was where the $35,000 price tag occurred. So definitely, if we limited to certain aspects to do an executive recruiter, it would be less than that. The reason why I believe we need a recruiter, at least for some limited services, is because it gives you much more access to a broader talent pool, including what we call passive candidates. And those are candidates that, you know, the recruiter keeps databases and networks of qualified candidates who aren't maybe actively applying for a job posting, but maybe open to the right opportunity, and they have those contacts. As opposed to if it's done completely in-house, we will advertise on Open Government and through our listservs through the California League of Cities and through other, media releases and other things. But, and certainly I have certain contacts throughout the state, but not as much as an executive recruiter would have and be able to help us in that guidance. But again, you can either request and have staff do it completely, which is at lower cost, or you could agree with my rep and give discretion to the city manager and HR to which duties and responsibilities that they could share that with an executive recruiter, or you could do the full-on and hire the full-on recruiter for that price tag that would be about $35,000. So that's the third item. So there's three things on your agenda. One is to approve the job description or make any changes to it that you deem necessary, to approve the salary range, and then also to make a determination on whether to hire an outside recruiter to help us or to keep it completely in-house.
Thank you. Questions from council to my right? Councilmember Lefebvre.
That $5,000 figure, that is to hire an outside recruiter for certain functions?
No, that's completely in-house.
Oh,
That's just for the material, staff time, any advertising that they would do that costs funds, and postings that cost in certain areas. Some of them are free and some of them aren't,
So if you're going to offer the hybrid approach, or if that was your recommendation, what is the additional cost besides?
So that we do know what the 5,000, we can estimate that, and we can estimate the 35,000 based on what we did in 2023. We don't know what that in-between would be. It's somewhere in between there, depending on what services, staff feels is really necessary to obtain and how much that cost would be. You can add it.
Councilmember Landrum.
I have, my questions are regarding the hiring process. Can you speak a bit about that, the hiring process, and the not so much. I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. The screening process.
we could certainly bring that back. There's many different ways to screen and how involved council wants to be back, so we would address that. This is really just getting that salary and job description done, and so that we can get the flyer or the posting forward. But then how you handle applications, how you process those, and the interview process would be discussed with council at a different time. It's the different methods we could do that.
Okay, because it's somewhat mentioned in here, so I just wanted to clarify that that's not going to be final here.
Right, no.
And I'm good for now, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for you, Mr. Schultz. My understanding is that if you have it done in-house, there is that potential for, in terms of getting applicants who may already work at a firm, for example. So if you're posting this on, if you're posting this on the, government job board, I don't know what the likelihood is that somebody like that is going to submit. So it would just seem to me like a hybrid approach would make sense. Do you have anything to comment on that?
Yeah, I believe that's really the crux of it. That part of it is the most important, is being able to reach those. And that's where I believe we do need somebody, because it is a little bit different with attorneys. You're absolutely right. If you're in a firm, you don't know that unless the recruiter knows that and knows you and knows that maybe you're not happy in that firm, because they know all the city attorneys or assistant city attorneys in these firms, and is able to reach out to them. Now there is what's called the listserv with the California City, and that's just attorneys. Every single attorney that works for a city is on that listserv. And that's where you see a lot of job postings. And the problem even there is depending on how often you go on that site to see the postings, if they're not really looking in there, that passive type of candidate that, could be very interested in Morro Bay but didn't even realize it's there. And, that's exactly how I found my last job. I didn't even know it existed, and it was through a recruiter who knew I would make a perfect fit there. So that's my correlation to it is, you're absolutely right. It's a little different than any department heads that are already working in a city. It's different than a city manager because they're already working in a city, so they're more connected to those job openings than attorneys, because they can come not only from the public sector but from the private sector.
Right, and then my understanding also is that, and you kind of went over it briefly, but, to expect that our in-house HR department would have, relationships with attorneys from different, towns, let alone firms, is, I don't know the likelihood of that. But the other part of it would be, I just lost my train of thought, excuse me. The other part of it would be is that there's, if there is another city attorney that's left a neighboring city, for example, there would be a firm that probably has just recently worked on helping to fill that, and then they would probably already have at least an idea of, who may be looking. Isn't that true?
Exactly. For example, maybe they've done recruiting in other cities for the city attorney, so they knew there were 5 that applied for that position, and then maybe, the ones that didn't get it could be very capable of being your city attorney, and so they know those who applied for other places where we won't know that. Only the recruiters know that.
Thank you. So we have a very robust human resources department in the city that I have faith in, that can perform these functions well. But my guess is, and after listening to you and some of the other questions that I've heard tonight, is that the hybrid approach may be favored. So here's my question about the hybrid approach. Does it make sense, or is there any harm in going in somewhat of a sequential fashion? In other words, if we start wholly in-house, and then if we're not getting the results that we want, then we can move on to that hybrid model.
Yeah, absolutely, and even with my caveat, which the city manager pointed out, is you know, it might be tough to find the recruiter because some recruiters like to do it from start to finish and really own the ending instead of giving us piecemeal. So yes, we certainly could start out and make those inquiries to see if we feel like we're struggling. I've been reaching out. I do believe there's already been some interest in the position. So I think we're gonna be good, but I don't know that, and I know we could be missing some very good candidates if we don't have help. But it's just kind of an unknown. So yes, you could do it and get it going, get it posted, and let us look for some more research, and we could report back on the idea of whether a recruiter would do that hybrid type of model. I've seen it done, but I think the city manager's right. They don't like to do it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll open public comment.
I did have one more question, and it's still about the screening process. If we do go with the, you know, the less expensive option, would you be involved in that process, or?
That's going to be up to council.
Okay,
Like
so
I
we're
said.
still not even there yet, because it does, I mean, I'm just kind of confused because it is mentioned in the staff report.
So typically, but it's not the only way. If you have a recruiter, they sometimes screen the first applications. I mean, I'm more of the side that there are two only direct hires to council, and they're the most important positions in this city, and you should see every single application and screen them yourselves. You can rely on expertise from any of your staff or anybody else, but that screening process and interview process, I believe, should be completely with the city council and not be, like I said, even if you had a recruiter, I would say you'd still be part of that screening process, and they're capable of telling you about that candidate, what their strengths and weaknesses are, what's in their application. But I don't believe any of them should be ruled out.
Right.
Because again, it's your direct hire, and it's a very important position. And you also know who would be the best fit more than anybody else within the organization.
Thank you. That's where I was wanting, you helped me a lot. Thank you.
So just to piggyback on that then, I mean, obviously, if you're not don't meet the qualifications, you would not be included. You said you would take all applicants and bring it forward. There's got to be some screening preliminary
Well,
before.
if they don't have a California bar exam license, yes, I would probably say it. But I mean, there might be, we say 5 years experience, and maybe it's 4, but it was such great experience that you maybe would. So, and it depends. I mean, clearly, if there's 200 applicants, then it probably would need to be whittled down. But if there's only 20, I would still probably send them all and say, these probably don't meet your qualifications, But yes, some of them might very well not even be able to, like I said, if they're not even a licensed.
I wasn't looking at the bar experience. I thought maybe not municipality experience, and they're looking to break into it or something. So thank you.
Yeah, and we could talk that through, that process, and see if they're completely not out of it, then it wouldn't move forward to you.
Thank you. And with that, public comment is open on this item.
Still Betty Winholtz. Having been on the city council for 10 years and having gone through the city manager recruitment process, I know that the city attorney position and the city manager position are like the key positions. And I would want you to give as much respect to the city attorney pursuit as you do to a city manager pursuit. So I very much align myself with Mr. Schultz's evaluation to do a hybrid. I would probably do the opposite of what Councilmember Eccles suggested, that I would probably start with the professionals so you can get the broadest amount of applicants before you start whittling it down, but that your local people can describe what that is based on what you want. And I think that becomes the key, that you decide what it is that you want and then let those people run with it. But yes, please do more than just local. Please do at least the hybrid and go for the gusto.
Anyone else for public comment on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. There are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. If there's no further public comment, I will close and bring it back to council for any more questions or comments. To my right, Councilmember LaFay, Councilmember Landrum.
I don't have any more questions, but are we making our comments now? I am in favor of the recruiter in this situation. I feel like this is an really important position, and I feel like we should cast our net really wide, and I like that, and then go with we'll do the hybrid maybe as well, or simultaneously, or and whatever we get. I don't know. I think that the more, I think the wider we go, the better.
Councilmember Eccles.
Well, this is going to be interesting. This will be interesting to see how this plays out, because I'm completely on the opposite side of that. I think we should start in-house, and if using our in-house resources does not mean that we can't and won't cast a wide net. I think what we would miss out on would be potentially some of the individual relationships that were mentioned by our interim city attorney. I've used professional recruiters before, and sometimes they send you volume, but not necessarily appropriate fits or quality, for that matter. So to me, it makes a lot of sense to use our in-house resources, see how that goes, and then expand from there.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I would actually, it's hybrid when we say, in my mind, that of course our HR department is going to post that we have this opportunity. I would assume that we would do that. And then we would go with a recruiter who, my understanding, having gone through the city manager hiring, as well as another one that I'm involved in right now on a committee out in the county, it's really important to, I think, allow for that recruiter to, it's not so much just about casting the net as it is about using their skill set and previous people that they've interviewed, previous contacts. I mean, that's valuable as well, and we simply don't have that in-house, so.
That didn't give me any closer to an idea. Thank you. I think, yeah, I'd like to start with the in-house option, just because if there's an opportunity to find that talent locally through resources and through outreach, and the net is big. It's not just limited to San Luis County, although wouldn't that be wonderful if our candidate was here and actually understood our municipality and our differences of having the challenges we have, maybe not the right word, with our waterfront and what those things entail, our harbor leases and all of that a lot of other communities, unless you're a coastal town, don't have. I would be in favor of starting with that in-house recruitment, reaching out through those resources and allowing a small window of time before we would move into looking at a recruiter. So that's where I'm at right now, and I'm not sure if somebody wants to try and make a motion and see where it goes, or if we want to have some more. Yes, please. Thank you.
Mayor, could I offer an alternative that I think is going to combine both all the directions that, all the discussions that the council member just have. So basically, just as we stated in the staff memo, is that if you city wanted to hire a recruiter, there's a process to get a recruiter lined up, and so that will take some time. And talk with recruiter, issue RFP, and then waiting for responses, and then interview them. So there's a lead time to get to the recruiter, and then. However, we as a staff, we can, once you approve the job description and pay range, we can just post it as all our positions would. We just post on our city website. Our city website also going to lead to some other traditionally used job searching engines, such as Government Job and Indeed and so on and so forth. So that's just get this process started. And meanwhile, it will take a few weeks for staff to get responses from the firms, and then set up process for council to interview, to find the firm you want, and the questions could include how was your approach or firm approach for these kind of recruitment. So, and that by then, you would have an idea, see if we'll get it, we'll draw what kind of candidates we're gonna receive, and then at that time, you can, City Council can make a decision to enter into contract with select a firm, and then you can proceed with the rest of the recruitment. And so this way, it's kind of staff get it started, and then a firm can take over to finish it up, to bring to City Council, if Council so to wish, use a firm at that time.
So it would allow us some opportunity to see if we get anything local on our own prior to that contractual agreement, or are you talking about handing that information over to the recruiter?
You would, you will, depends, right, you will it kind of, it depends on the council. It depends on council's direction, whether you would like to use recruitment firm. Because once we start posting position, we expect we'll get responses. So by then, we'll have some responses. We can certainly work, the city attorney can be at city council's direction, city attorney can help looking at these resumes, and then set up a process to perhaps review those with city council or not. That's something that the city staff can work with city council to establish a process. Staff offer to get this process started by in-house just posting that. It's just trying to facilitate this process, make it more efficient, because it does take time to find a firm that meet the council's desire.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify that you're,
Yeah.
city manager, you're describing the hybrid process?
It's not, I see city attorney nod, but I think it's more than just a hybrid. When you say hybrid, city attorney's description was that certain aspects of the recruitment goes to a firm. What I'm describing is that it's combination. So city get the process started, and then you have the firm, if the city council direct that, and the firm gets started, and city staff already at that time hopefully have already a group of candidates, and the city staff could hand these candidates to the recruitment firm and let them continue building on that candidate pool for the council to make a selection with.
Right, but we could also at that point keep them too if we chose one.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, that's
Okay,
totally,
so-
yeah.
Okay.
You know, it seemed to me with today's technology in-house, they can broadcast this in a wider net. I believe that Attorney Schultz mentioned to us there's a list of all the lawyers in California. I mean, it's just an email. So I'm kind of in favor of starting in-house, and if we don't succeed, then maybe we can go somewhere else. But I would like to just stick with in-house and the resources that we have.
Well, given that, Councilman Lefebvre, staff is asking for 3 recommended actions. I'm going to skip to the 3rd, and I move that the City Council provide direction to staff regarding the recruitment process to conduct the city attorney search in-house and concurrently prepare an RFP for a professional recruitment firm. And staff will be bringing back the RFP to council for consideration.
Oh, if I would clarify that it's my understanding during the city manager's recruitment, the RFP did not bring back to the city council. We we issue the RFP, we get an interest of firm, and we bring the firm resume to the city council for city council to interview to make selection. So the RFP document wasn't reviewed by the city council.
Correct. Yeah, I think we're on the same page.
Yeah,
So
the
the intent of
selection.
my motion is to have staff bring the firm back to council to approve the firm.
Be city council choice
Yeah.
for the firm.
So I'm confused. So you're,
I'll second that.
Yeah.
So the motion is to conduct an in-house recruitment, but concurrently, as city manager mentioned, begin the process of hiring a recruitment firm, because we don't necessarily have to pull the trigger on that.
I like that, the process of hiring a recruitment firm, but, you know, I'm not versed in whether we have a separate policy, but I'm not sure why an RFP is needed to go through that whole process when we could do an informal process to gather information on who could do that recruiting. So, so long as it gives us the option to start it. As I understand the motion, we're going to do it in-house. We'll also at the same time do research so that we're prepared if we need additional help.
Perfect.
And it is really a hybrid. I mean, the two far end spectrums are the ones that we all feel comfortable staff can handle, and that's the posting and getting that information out there. And the end is the interview process where you really you're paying a recruiter to sit there through all the interviews and schedule the interviews, and it doesn't provide a lot of bang for the buck. The bang for the buck is in that middle part where it's very difficult if we need additional help finding people, and also, which we hadn't talked about, is that background checks and reference checks. You know, that's where sometimes you need some help on. And so that's what we would look at, is seeing if we can find firms that would be interested in that and what the cost would be. And then we could be prepared to tell you if we need that extra help.
So City Clerk, are you clear on the motion? Very good.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? With that, I'll call for vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 5-minute break. Oh, I'm sorry, hang on. What?
you have to do these.
Is that all one? Two. Thank you.
There's 3, I think.
Two. Go ahead. Thank you. I'm in a hurry to get the
You going to make
break.
the motion, Bill?
Okay, I'll make the motion. I'd like to adopt resolution number 20-25, approving the new city attorney job classification and job description. And adopt resolution number 21-25, approving updated fiscal year 2024, 2025, 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027 pay schedules, establishing the salary range for the city attorney.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we'll take a 5-minute break. I was trying to get to the break.
Okay.
Oh, no, go ahead. Oh, well, I can't go from that long. My brain won't work.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to resume our meeting. And we will move on to receive a status update and funding summary of roundabout project and provide direction on environmental phase of project. And with that, I will turn it over to the Public Works Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the Morro Bay community. At the last City Council, excuse me, not at the last City Council meeting, at the City Council meeting on February 25th, 2025, there was a council request to reevaluate the roundabout project and its current project status and budget. And so with that, there are really two central questions for the City Council tonight. One is, should the city continue working on the environmental phase for the roundabout project? And also, should the city withdraw $1.2 million of Measure Q&E money from the project? So this is a little bit of an introduction. As a reminder, the project justification has several points to it. One, the idea is that the roundabout will improve circulation and enhance capacity for traffic. It will retain or enhance pedestrian safety. It will reduce severity of collisions because cars drive slower through roundabouts than, for example, through traffic signals. It will upgrade a key entry point to the city, the entry point from the east where many of our visitors and tourists come through. It is the Caltrans preferred alternative based on several studies that occurred about 10 years ago. And this is on Caltrans right-of-way, so their preferred alternative is significant. There was 3-2 council approval for the roundabout on June 27th, 2023. And the roundabout is included as a project in SLOCOG's Regional Transportation Plan, the most recent edition of which came out in 2023 as well. And we have some partnering agencies. First is SLOCOG, San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, and that is our regional transportation policy agency. They are a funding partner on this project currently for $8.3 million. And we do have Rich Murphy here as their representative to answer questions for the council. And then also we have Caltrans. This is in their right-of-way. This project is in their right-of-way, and they intend and propose to take on the project for the design and construction phases, which occur after the environmental phase. So right now the city is working on the environmental phase only. And they are also a funding partner with SHOP funds. Most recently, I heard a figure of $4 million for that. And then the CAP-M, which we'll talk about later, is at $31 million. Not all of that is for the roundabout, but the roundabout would be rolled into the CAP-M should the city move forward with it. And I just wanted to provide a quick concept for the council and members of the public. This was part of the staff report and can be found online as an attachment to this staff report. I'll talk about it very briefly here because there are some concerns that, you know, the roundabout might not fit or there's no pedestrian improvements. So I'll just address some of those questions. I think it's important to note that one aspect of this project is it combines two intersections. It combines the Atascadero Road and Main Street with the State Route 1 on-ramp and off-ramp and Atascadero Road. So right now that sort of serves as a double intersection. It would roll it all into one, and to do that, the project team would have to move the on-ramps and off-ramps here on the east side, the northbound side. So that's why you see the yellow kind of going into the bushes there and taking over. So it does expand the footprint of what's going on there currently to be able to accommodate all of those changes. It would require some acquisition of private property. That is something that Caltrans would be responsible for under the current project plan. And I do want to point out, and this is key, even though this is a very early concept design, this is not the full complete design. That doesn't come until after the environmental phase is finalized and complete. We are looking at pedestrian enhancements, namely that include crosswalks that move the crosswalks away from the center of the roundabout, which is not really something we have right now with our current roundabout, so this would be a change. We'd add refuge islands so that pedestrians only need to look one way at a time, which is one of the benefits for a roundabout. There would even be potential to have raised crosswalks, which would slow down cars even further, all to the benefit of pedestrian safety. I don't intend to go into detail about that tonight. That's certainly something we can talk potentially about at a later meeting, but I know those questions have come up and wanted to make sure the council understood that the city staff and SLOCOG and Caltrans take those considerations very seriously. We heard a lot of public input about pedestrian safety and even heard some today. So the questions, again, set forth by City Council on February 25th were, let's reevaluate this. What's the status of the project and what's going on with the money? What's going on with the budget? So let's talk about project status. The environmental phase, which the city at this point is responsible for, we've completed 96% of that phase. We're very close to the end. We have draft technical reports. There's 16 different technical reports that are a part of the environmental phase, and they are now in the second round of review by Caltrans. And then there's about $81,000 remaining in our contract with GHD. That's our project management consultant for this project. At least, by contract, I mean the contract we've had with them since 2023. Our contract with them goes back farther than that. And they used to be known by another name, et cetera. But we're just talking about since the last council decision. The project did experience a 3-month delay. I've heard some concerns about that. So I just want to let the council and the community know that the scheduling issues were related to archaeological investigations earlier this year. They were resolved. These sorts of delays are not uncommon in a large project like this that is in a very archaeologically and culturally sensitive area, and that involve multiple agencies and different consultants that are responsible for preparing and reviewing these documents, in addition to tribes that are also out there having a look at this. So this is not uncommon, not a cause for concern, and the project is continuing forward. So next steps in terms of the environmental phase, after Caltrans approves the environmental reports, they would go to the city council. We're scheduling it for February 2026. That could change, but it's more than a target. It is actually in our schedule that will make that date as of right now. And then after that, we would work on transferring the project to Caltrans for the design phase and the construction phase of the project. And that could take a few months. There might be an agreement that we have to put in place and some other work to finalize the environmental on their end. And then Caltrans would design and build a roundabout with the city having a seat at the table. I'd like to talk briefly about Caltrans CAP-M, the capital maintenance program that they have, and I'll invite Paul up in a second, but just high level, they are coming in 20, I wrote the wrong years there by accident, I was going back in time, 2028 to 2029, it'll address all the infrastructure on Caltrans right-of-way that goes from San Luisito Creek Road, just south of the city of Morro Bay boundary, and up to southern Cayucas. And this is something that occurs once every 20 to 25 years. I believe the last one that occurred was 25 years ago. They're not that common for us. And our roundabout timeline, just because of the way this project has gone, it's taken a little longer than we initially thought. Well, the good news is that the roundabout could then be rolled into the CAP-M project, and there are certainly some cost implications for that are favorable to the city. Namely, it means that the city likely will not have to pay any additional costs outside of environmental, at least out of our discretionary funds. And that's because Caltrans has their own budget for these CAPM projects, and also because SLOCOG is one of our funding partners. And that'll be important later in our second recommendation. And this is just a visual of the Caltrans CAPM project. I'd like to invite up Paul Valadeo from Caltrans to come up and just talk a little bit about what the CAPM means for the city of Morro Bay.
Thank you, City Council, Mayor. Paul Valadeo, Project Manager for Caltrans. So the capital maintenance project, as Mr. Quilek indicated, we were last year, back when they were known as Union Asphalt, in the summer of 2000, roughly along the same limits, to mostly do pavement work, but a capital maintenance project merely means that we look at all of the highways assets, pavement, bridge, railing, signs, railing, oh, sorry, I said railing twice, but anything within our inventory, within our right-of-way, to see what needs to be upgraded. That includes right-of-way fences and the like. And we're there to upgrade those to current standards. Our standards are constantly evolving and changing. And with that, we have the timing of the roundabout. And just to echo Mr. Quilek's statements, that the capital maintenance project has its environmental document slated to be completed later in 2026. We're currently targeting fall of 2026. So the timing of these two projects working in parallel work nicely to where after the roundabout achieves its project approval, environmental document is what we call it, and the capital maintenance does the same, we would check in with the agencies involved, Caltrans, the city, and with SLOCOG there at the table to confirm with everybody involved, namely checking in with the city if that still makes sense, so that we can envelop the project as one singular project to deliver all these, I think, worthwhile improvements. So really a capital maintenance project is not all that complicated. It's just a robust maintenance project through the limits that are depicted on the map here.
Thank you, Paul, and we'll have the opportunity to perhaps ask some questions of you at the end of the presentation. So moving on, that concludes the project status portion of the presentation. We'll talk about funding next. So our total city funding since July 1, 2021, which is just after I started and just after the project kind of kicked back into gear, I didn't highlight the total there, but it's around $2.6 million. So 1.2 of that comes from Measure Q&E, that's discretionary money. A little over 800,000 comes from development impact fees, and over $500,000 comes from grants. We've spent almost $60,000 of Q&E. There's reasons for that. We actually want to avoid spending Q&E for this project. We'd prefer to spend the developer money. We couldn't for a small portion of it, but again, we can get that reimbursed by grants, so that the city still has 1.2 million in Q&E. We've spent $373,000 in development impact fees and $96,000 in grants thus far since July 1, 2021. We also had $186,000 in grant funds expire. And we can talk about that, but essentially we didn't spend the money fast enough in the earlier years of the project. When I got here, I believe we were already on our 2-year extension, and within a year or so, that funding window concluded. So the remaining funding, we have $1.14 approximately $1 million in Q&E money, but again, that'll be 1.2 once we reimburse that $59,000 out of the grants. We have $492,000 in development impact fees still for this project, and $266,000 in grants. That'll be reduced by $59,000 once we do the reimbursement. I want to talk a little bit more about how the funding is comprised. So we have development impact fees. Development impact fees are fees that are paid as part of development projects to mitigate the impacts of developments. Specifically, let's say we're going to build a housing project that will add 500 people to the city. Well, those people are all going to be driving, they're going to be walking on sidewalks, they're going to be using our sewer lines and our water lines and our storm drains. There are impacts to us, the residents, the community who have been here for many years, and in order to account for those impacts, the developer has to pay upfront in fees so that we can take on capacity improvements to address those impacts. So the development impact fee monies must be used for capacity enhancements. Most of it is tied to this intersection. So we couldn't use it, for example, to pave a different road or to perform any kind of maintenance. I saw a comment about maybe street lights. Those are not capacity enhancements. Capacity enhancements are things that allow for more cars or pedestrians or bikes to go through than is currently allowed based on the existing infrastructure. So the roundabout would qualify for that. Would like to talk a bit about the grant funding. The grant funding that was referred to earlier in summary is comprised of 3 sources. I have Janine Burlingame, our management analyst in Public Works Department here, if there's specific questions about these funding sources, but I can give an overview. We have $266,000 of RSHA money. That money is project specific, and it's currently, that amount is tied to the roundabout project, so it is project specific money. I put an asterisk there to remind myself to tell you that we could transfer that to another project if it wasn't needed for the roundabout, but it would have to be transportation related. So we do have other transportation projects that grant could be moved towards. The LTF, our local transit fund, that money's gone. That money has been spent for the project. That's actually surplus money. This is the same money that we use to fund our transit network. And so once we meet our needs and we spend the money that we need to run our transit system, we have surplus money some years. And over time, that was accumulated for this project, and I think it was to the tune of around $80,000. Janine could correct me if I'm wrong. And that money was already spent for this project. And those monies generally are restricted to transportation-related projects. That can be used for maintenance projects, such as paving, and we have used it for paving in the past. And then we have the CMAQ funds, which are through the APCD, though it is actually state money. That's the money that was expired. Those are competitive funds, and they are project-specific, so those wouldn't have been able to have been transferred to another city project. They were for this, the intersection improvements here. So let's talk about funding for future phases. I mentioned that after environmental work is done, we have the design phase and the construction phase. SLOCOG has committed approximately $300,000 in their STIP money for the design phase, and then Caltrans would fund the remainder under their SHOP program and the CAP-M. And potentially, if the city wanted to, we could pass along our development impact fee money. Again, that money is restricted. We'd have to do some detailed analysis because there's several sources there. But it might be that if we don't use it for this project, that we might have to give it back to developers or do something else with it. And that, again, that's something that we'd want to analyze further if the council wanted to go in that direction. And then for construction, SLOCOG is in for $8 million of their STIP funds, and Caltrans, again, has committed some SHOP program monies as well as the CAP-M. So what they're telling us, and Paul's here to answer questions, is that they can cover the balance of the construction. And then the city, again, if we wanted to add our development impact fees into the bucket, we could do that. That's not up for consideration tonight, but just as a reminder, we're going to have almost $500,000. Well, if you take out $81,000, around $400,000 remaining, and that is restricted money. So that would be a future decision if we were to go down that pathway. In closing, I want to just mention there are some off-ramps to this project. City staff acknowledges that this is a contentious project. Many people are against the project. Many people are for the project. And so if the council were to move forward with the environmental phase tonight, the council still would be making future decisions about this project, and I'm thinking of them as possible off-ramps, no pun intended. If we went with continuing it in environmental phase, the council would still have to approve the environmental documents in February. And that is a council decision, so long as we keep the environmental phase with the city. And then we would also have to approve some sort of agreement with Caltrans to transfer the project to Caltrans. So that would be a decision that would come to city council as well. And again, a future off-ramp, so to speak. So just wanted to bring that up, that today's decision is not necessarily the end-all and be-all decision for the project. There would be future decisions later on in time. And that's why we have our staff recommendation to, first of all, receive and file the status update and funding summary for the project. But also our recommendation is to confirm the continuance of staff working on environmental phase of the project. And based on the leftover funds we have, again, we're only anticipating $81,000 left. We have a lot more than that for this project currently. So staff is requesting direction to withdraw $1.2 million of Measure Q and E funds from the project. And with that, we'll take questions. And I purposely have this slide up because I'm anticipating some questions about the configuration here.
Excuse me, I'm going to start to my left this time. Mayor Pro Tem, questions?
Yeah, to your point, Mr. Kwolek, I remember it looking like an egg before this one, and so this one is round. Yeah, I just actually want to confirm that if we go ahead with the EIR, the total amount that we will be out is from development impact fees at the $81,000. Is that correct?
Confirmed with one statement. It's not an EIR document, just a caveat there.
Study.
But yes, the environmental document.
Thank you.
Councilmember Eccles? No questions? Councilmember LaFay, questions? No. Councilmember Landrum, questions?
I guess right now I will ask, nowhere in here is the current estimate for the total cost of the roundabout.
That's correct.
Is that going to be shared with us? I mean, like, I imagine it's not the same as it was when there was that we had the last meeting.
Thank you for the question. We don't have an updated estimate, so that's something that would be provided during the design phase of the project by Caltrans. And, you know, frankly, staff's position is that we're not paying for the other phases of the project. So our focus has been on the environmental, and we're estimating $81,000 left on that. If you wanted a ballpark, I could probably give you that, but no one has sat down and really tried to nail down cost because there's still unknowns in the project that will be worked out during the design phase.
Okay, thank you. And could I ask Caltrans a question? Mm-hmm. Okay. I would like to know, is it the CAP-M funding? Is that the big $30 million fund?
Yeah.
What percentage of that is allocated towards the roundabout?
So we currently have about 4 million. So the ballpark figure of the roundabout, as we last left it, I believe is around the $10 million mark.
I thought it was 12 million.
12 is
Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason why Mr. Kolek didn't have an exact figure is when we put out the draft project report, which is still being developed, there'll be a refined, more accurate cost. It's 10 to 12. And SLOCOG has 8 million, and the capital maintenance project will take on the remainder, or 4 million. And if the estimates, as they can and do, escalate, if that figure escalates to above the $10 to $12 million range, Caltrans would continue to cover that difference. So
out of what funding?
The shop. So the 31 point, whatever figure we had on the slide, I don't have the roughly $30 million figure, is coming out of the State Highway Operations Protection Plan, the SHOP, the SHOPP. That funds the capital maintenance project. And after both projects achieve environmental determination, The roundabout's slated for February of 2026. The capital maintenance is slated for fall of 2026. Whatever overage is happening on both the capital maintenance as well as the roundabout, should the city allow that to occur, then we cover that through our escalation, as we call it. So we know, having delivered many projects, that construction prices do go up with time. That's been the trend. Then we cover that through our escalation. So the SHOP program allows for that overage.
Okay, because, yeah, I mean, costs have gone up, we all know that.
Yeah.
Let's see. How much consideration has been put into accounting for I mean, we're currently in Morro Bay, we're about to decommission our old sewer plant. And we have there's several properties that are ones for sale. The city owns a piece of property west of 41, on West 41. How much, we don't know what's going to go in there, but that's all zoned visitor serving commercial. How much emphasis has been put into that future potential traffic?
That's a great question. So we work with the city. We also work with SLOCOG. They maintain a regional development plan for not just this community, but for the greater community. And also Caltrans maintains its own forecasting models. And we work closely with SLOCOG and all the municipalities, all 7 cities, and SLOCOG to develop a regional transportation model that's maintained routinely. And we do a 20-year forecasted out. We consider the development that is on the city's general plan, and with the gray area question marks of we're not sure how much trips will be generated from this one development. So the model that SLOCOG maintains as a regional model with partnership from city and Caltrans is usually something that is more on the, if it's an unknown, there's a more conservative assumption made on that parcel will develop more traffic than we think today. There always are unknowns, because when you look out 20 years, you have to make some approximations. But that's the general rule of thumb that we use when we come up with our traffic operations analysis report, which is the deliverable, the report we use to try to forecast all traffic that will be used on, say, this roundabout, as well as the length of the capital maintenance project.
And then last time that we talked, last week I think it was, I expressed my concerns about the fact that the roundabout doesn't account for the traffic on the west side of the overpass, and that in times of heavy traffic, which, in times is very heavy traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian. Which would cause the proposed roundabout to completely back up. So what did you find out anything about that, or?
Sure. So the capital maintenance team understands that the roundabout, if the city so chooses, would be enveloped into the capital maintenance project and to be determined when both projects have achieved project approval of environmental document. The limits that were shared within the project, we are looking at all of our State Route 1 on and off ramps, which the intersection you made mention of is the intersection of Atascadero Road or 41 with the southbound ramps and that entire intersection. Because that's within our right-of-way, we own that property. We're looking at that intersection. We're not just looking at the wear and tear of the pavement and the current state of the ADA curb ramps. We're also looking at the type of pedestrian flow. Obviously, it's high school foot traffic. What does car traffic look like when it interacts with high school pedestrian traffic, and also cyclists as well? So the capital maintenance project has its limitation. We're there to upgrade our existing assets. But if there's anything within the limitations of a capital maintenance project that can be done to improve that pedestrian flow, especially when we're anticipating a roundabout on the other side of the interchange, we will. But checking in with the team, as of today, we're still in that project approval environmental analysis phase. We're looking at alternatives, or we're looking at solutions. We haven't come to that determination yet. And that project, the capital maintenance project, will also be seeking public comment with their environmental document to this community, as well as, those in Cayucas and the like, because it covers such a larger area.
You mean the southbound?
So the capital maintenance project, because it envelops south of the city limits and well into southern.
Oh, you're talking about the CAP-M project?
The
whole
CAP-M
thing.
project will look at the intersection that you're talking about of 41 and the southbound ramps of Highway 1. We're
Okay.
looking into that. We don't have a solution yet, but we're looking at what we
Just
can.
in theory, if you decided that it would be prudent to take care of that at the same time as you did the roundabout, would that involve another environmental study in that area?
No, it's within the scope of our work. Yeah.
Okay. And then I also want to mention, too, just to bring to your attention that intersection of Forgot includes a bike path that will, in the future, be part of the bike connector.
Yes, I'm on that bike connector team with the county of San Luis Obispo and SLOCOG, and the Morro Bay to Cayucas connector that we're involved with is where it leaves city route or city streets is within the state right-of-way and ties into Cayucas. But I think.
But there would be a lot of bikes, if people were trying to ride to Cayucas, there would be a lot of bikes along that whole path.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Paul, don't go away. I'm trying to keep my questions in the scope of what the item is tonight, because we could talk about the roundabout for hours, and I know that the item before us is about the continued environmental phase and direction for staff. So my questions are related to the finance. If the city were to determine we were no longer going to continue funding this environmental phase, what is Caltrans's position on that? Do you pick up the project? Do you continue it? Does it, where does it go? Or is that a written
The round,
question?
it's a, so if I may? Okay, so the project is listed in SLOCOG's Regional Transportation Plan. And the scope of the project is there to improve operations. And because of a bill passed in 1998, Senate Bill 45, the local Metropolitan Planning Organization and Regional Transportation Planning Authority that SLOCOG holds, they take the lead in prioritizing those regional improvements. This roundabout that's before us and displayed here is part of the SLOCOG Regional Transportation Plan. So as a state agency, we would look to SLOCOG, and of course their 12-person board, to determine the fate of the project. We've seen this before with the corridor of roundabouts on State Route 227, where the implementing agency was the County of San Luis Obispo Public Works Department. They were directed by their County Board of Supervisors to stop work, and SLOCOG board took it to their consideration, and with a majority vote decided to continue the project and continue collaborating with Caltrans. So if that were the case, we would look to SLOCOG on what would be the next steps. Since this is not a maintenance or safety project like a capital maintenance project is, we don't have the direct authority to navigate the next steps for that project. We would look to SLOCOG.
So theoretically, then, what you're telling me is if we don't fund this, it stops here unless SLOCOG continues it?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have for right now. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions to my right? Councilmember LaFay? No, to my left? I'm going to open public comment on this item. Thank you, Paul. I have 3 speaker slips to start with. I have Jane Heath, Walter Heath, and Cindy Cagle, I hope. Sorry if I said that wrong.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. The 5 of you have an opportunity tonight and a choice to make. For the first time in 20 years, there is state and county funding to make this project happen. Time is not our friend. 2 state grants have already expired. The city's relatively small contribution in funding is already allocated and will mostly be reimbursed. But the money will not go as far in the future as it will today. In the current plan, the cost is shared, as it should be, by state and county travelers who will also benefit. If there is one thing we all understand, it's that the longer we wait to start an infrastructure project, the more it will cost. If you reverse course or pursue another option, such as one that's already been rejected before, the Caltrans money will not pay for it. We will be on our own, and it will cost Morro Bay residents much more than the amount set aside to improve this important gateway. There are ways to mitigate disruption. The result is worth the inconvenience. Temporary interruption will result in better access to Highway 41 homes and businesses, as well as improving the path for hundreds of thousands who will use the improved roadway. What is unique about this opportunity is the direct benefit to the city. Let's face it, the western entrance to our city is ugly. This council supports increased tourism as a primary generator of revenue. We know that a large percentage of our visitors enter Morro Bay by Highway 41. That gateway could be beautiful. We could welcome tourists to our city from whatever direction, telling the story that Morro Bay has pride of place and we invest in making our city the best it can be. In the 1990s, other councils sat where you're sitting and considered the unattractive and dangerous intersection at Morro Bay Boulevard in Quintana. There was not universal agreement that a roundabout should be built there. But those councils and mayors showed leadership and pushed the project through against opposition. I recall particularly Janice Peters' courage at a critical juncture when the project was almost scuttled, and she took a lot of abuse at the time over her stance. Courage and leadership are always needed when there is controversy, and they are admired when looking back at what is accomplished. This is a legacy project. You have to decide if you want to be remembered as the council that made things happen or the council that stopped things from happening. So what will it be? A legacy to point to for other generations? Will you be the council of yes or the faint-hearted council of no? The vote will tell the citizens of Morro Bay where you stand.
Mr. Heath?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Walter Heath, resident of Morro Bay. Our City Council very recently adopted 3 goals that will inform discussion priorities during the next 2 years. One of these 3 goals is economic vitality and fiscal health. Numerous economic studies confirm the intuition of every business owner in the hospitality industry, and that is one of the most significant factors for the achievement of more visitors and higher spend per visitor is the appearance of their properties in the surrounding areas. The Highway 41 roundabout would greatly improve the appearance of the east-west gateway to our city. It's an economic development project, largely paid for by others, and would tick the box of both economic vitality and fiscal health from the goals that you just set. Another current goal of our city is of the City Council is infrastructure resilience. Caltrans data confirms what can be seen daily in Morro Bay. Traffic counts along Highway 41 and Highway 1 continue to increase. Frequent backups along the Highway 1 off-ramp and interchange with Highway 41 and frequent backups to get into Morro Bay are informing us that our infrastructure needs to be updated and improved. In short, made more resilient. The traffic experts who deal with a variety of traffic issues across California are telling us This project will create a more resilient piece of infrastructure now and in the future. So 2 of the 3 goals adopted by council are being met by this project. It's almost astonishing that we're having this conversation. And I hope you vote to keep the process going. Just keep the process going. Thank you.
Carla knows me, but many of you don't. I want to thank the council for this opportunity to voice my concerns. My name is Cindy Cagle. I am a degreed environmental health and safety specialist. I want everybody here to take into account the site-specific quantitative, qualitative, and taproot decision trees and all of the risk management that goes with this project, because it is a risk to people, the bikers, the kids coming from school. I live right there, and there's a huge amount of tourists that come in. There's no way, just takes one person to sit there and not go through a roundabout for the whole place to be backed up beyond what it is. There'll be an increase of collisions. I have already researched, Carmel has these roundabouts up there. They don't have a 10-point roundabout. This would be the most congested there is. I'm highly against it. It's not a good choice. Also, I want to know if they're going to pay the monitors to be there 24/7 when somebody's contracted to tear this ground up. There, you've already found native bones. I sit on tribal council. I'm the treasurer there, and I want to know what you guys are doing for all of that, and I want to see a MOU. Where can I get that?
We can answer that later, thank you.
And then I just think that it needs to be thought more about, if you're going to actually even do it and go and vote for this project, there's a $600,000 bypass that can go over the whole thing for the children to walk to be in safety. It's not worth $600,000 to lose one of our children, not one from that school or a bicyclist. It's just not worth it. I don't think it's well thought through. I know that everybody wants the looks and it's going to be pretty and all of that stuff, but I've done this in risk management my whole career, 35 years worth retired. So I don't think it's right. Thank you.
I don't have a speaker's tip. Mayor and Council, Barry Brannon. Highway 41 is a very important highway. It brings people all the way from Yosemite to Morro Bay. And the most obvious in my recent history was the rebuild of the interchange between Highway 41 and Highway 101 in Atascadero. And I remember how narrow that was. And finally, Caltrans took a good look at it, and they lengthened the bridge of 101, and they sloped the back up and made good pedestrian passage on either side. They widened the number of lanes under it. I think there now are 4, 3 in each direction, so it's 6. So to me, this is a Band-Aid going on a sore that's going to have to be ripped off sometime in the future. A roundabout will just congest things. So if you really want to do your thinking, long-range thinking, to solve the plan, when Highway 1 slides get repaired and we get our traffic back from Highway 1 that'll get our businesses back in business, we need to have a wider intersection where Highway 41 can go under. People can go under 41 and they can go on the other side and make the loop. This does not get traffic into Morro Bay. It makes them go around in a circle, and that's just confusing. You can't solve it with signage. The lanes are much too narrow, and so you've got so many conflicts. And this is the wrong project. The right project would have Caltrans sit down and say, okay, we know that Highway 1 is important. That bridge that goes, Highway 1 goes over 41 is much too narrow as far as Highway 1, and it's also not long enough to allow the traffic to flow properly under 41, under Highway 1. So this is the wrong project. It's just a waste of time and a waste of money, and I've asked the council now to not spend any more dollars. Thank you.
I do have one more speaker slip that I'm going to allow to go first, for those of you who didn't fill them out. Courtney Shepler.
Thank you. I'm here and just voicing my support for finishing the work that's underway currently on the environmental impact study. I'm a resident of North Morro Bay, so I deal with the traffic that's there at 41 and Main Street on a regular basis. It is very common that we say, never mind, it's 4 o'clock or it's whatever time, let's go ahead and skip that exit. We'll go up to San Jacinto and circle back, which causes more traffic on our residential streets because we're trying to avoid the congestion there at 41. So that's the immediate impact. I think the roundabout will solve a lot of issues. As an aside, my husband and I recently did a bucket list trip to New Zealand, and we were there for over a month, and we didn't stop at a stoplight until we were in, our last stop on our trip was in Auckland, a city of over 1 million people, so they did have stoplights there. But in all of the other towns and cities that we were at in New Zealand, we never had to stop at a stoplight. It was roundabouts everywhere. Traffic flowed smoothly. Things were great. My final point for consideration, I know there was a mention of the developer fees that are still available to the city for use in this project, but in partnership with Caltrans, if this project is to proceed in the future, one idea to consider is the city contributing for a statue or a monument or something in the center of the roundabout. Maybe it's a surfer or something else to announce you've arrived in Morro Bay, if it's landscaping, if it's a monument or something like that, but really just the beautification of this entrance to our city from everybody that's coming in on 41. So those are my items I wanted to share. Thank you.
Hello, Council, Mayor, Judy Setting. So roundabouts are fabulous for speeding up traffic, and I absolutely love them. They are not safe for teenage pedestrians, and we have too many traveling along there all day during the week to just ignore them and not put them at the forefront. So I'm a little saddened to see that the image wasn't updated to reflect the need to have the crosswalks at least 5 car lengths back from the circle. You still are showing it 1 car length, and that is not safe, but I guess you're working on it. There are 3 major problems with the roundabout at 41 in Main. Traffic will speed up and become a danger to distracted teenage pedestrians and drivers. And we had a teenage girl tell us at one of the meetings that if she is late for class, she will not yield. That's kind of how teenagers think. Southbound Highway 1 exit and ramp crosswalks are dangerous, even right now. They're better because there's a stop sign, but for the exit, but they weren't addressed on the drawing. The area is too small to provide a safe distance between the pedestrians crosswalk and moving circle. The cost is exorbitant, and taxpayers need a break. So everybody keeps mentioning Morro Bay is not going to be fitting this, the bill, but we pay state taxes that are fitting the bill. We're still fitting the bill. And I think we're in an $83 billion deficit right now. So let's kind of look at the whole picture, especially since we have an alternative with stoplights. And the intersection at 41 and 101 in Atascadero works great. And it didn't take very much time. So I'd like to ask the council to listen to the community. At all of the other meetings when it was voted on, the sitting council at that time ignored the people. Yes, they ignored the people. And on Nextdoor social media, a supporter of the roundabout yesterday posted, and there are 24 comments. 2 people are for the roundabout and 22 are against. And I have a printout of that to give to the council members. Thank you. Please vote to stop this.
Hi, my name is Ryan Pinkerton. Thank you for having me tonight to speak to this item a little bit on behalf of the school district. So I work for San Luis Coastal. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. This is a project that we've been discussing for a couple of years now, actually, has brought forward. And as Principal Scaldi mentioned earlier, we actually went and talked to the kids and talked about the project itself and what it meant, and kind of showed them pictures, those types of things. And from a kid's standpoint, from their perspective, it was less about the pedestrian issue, about walking. They felt safe. They felt, I mean, if anything, there's probably better pathways with the roundabout than there currently are in terms of moving forward. So it was interesting from the kids. What they were most concerned about is kind of the same thing that everybody feels when you come off of that off-ramp and you have to take a left. The visibility is really bad. And oftentimes the kids, you kind of have to just gun it, right, just to get around and to move forward. So from a safety standpoint, I think that the roundabout provides a much better access from the kids' standpoint to get around, to get to school, get off. I do agree that the other side of the freeway does need some work as well, right? But I don't think that should stop you from improving the other side, right? We definitely need to do some work on the other side as well. For me too, just so you know, there's roundabouts now at San Luis Obispo. Orchid Road and Tank Farm would be a great example where every night I spent half hour to 45 minutes packed up 30 car lengths trying to turn left off of Tank Farm. And now that the roundabout is there, I've never had to stop the entire time over the past year that it's been in. So it's been a real positive. From that standpoint, I think there are a lot of people that are pro the roundabout, and as Principal Scaldi said too, if you want some impact, get the kids involved type of thing and get their impact, we'd love to kind of offer that service as well. I think the fact that you're already 96% there seems kind of silly to me not to finish and use those funds, and really the fact that you have SLOCOG and Caltrans dollars to make this happen seems kind of like a no-brainer in terms of moving forward on the project, though I know you have a lot to consider should this get through the environmental process. So I just wanted to share those insights from a district perspective. Thank you.
Michelle Esther-Catteray, North Morro Bay. What Mr. Pinkerton's talking about is the new roundabouts that have been built where there's nobody residing. They are massive, so they had plenty of space to put these in. Second of all, that is the gateway to the Pacific Ocean. The bridge is too small. The Main Street Bridge is too small. It needs to be widened. It needs to be raised, which would change the project just like was stated, the 41 and the 101. It needs to be far bigger than it is. You're trying to shove a square peg into a round circle, and it won't work. A pedestrian bridge would be sufficient for bicyclists that are going to hit the Embarcadero, hit the beach, etc. A lot of the traffic is coming through, and a roundabout, just like in Europe, speeds. You see it, you gun it, you're going to zip around it. It's not going to be wide enough for 2 to 3 lanes turning with the traffic that's also going to be coming off of the cleanout from the old sewer system, all of those trucks. All the additional, whatever gets built on the other side of the high school where the property is currently for sale. There's nothing wrong with saying, let's put sidewalks, curbs, and gutters in. Let's improve the pedestrian and add lighting for pedestrians and include the signage as well as calming strips coming into town. Improve the area that's there and use some of that money for other capital projects in town, like Yerba Buena, like San Jacinto, which are in desperate need of safety as well. It's you're taking your life into your own hands when you go through those main intersections. Just because Caltrans is shoving it down our throat does not mean we have to accept it. We can say, sorry guys, you can go back to the drawing board, listen to what the residents say. We don't want that specific project in our town. We don't have to accept what they are forcing on us just because it works in slow. Anyway, thank you.
Good evening again. Natalia Mersoyan. I just want to address one point that the Heaths brought up, and that was the overall appearance of that area, which I'd like to make an observation about. Driving anywhere in any city, any state, any country, I've observed one thing that really makes things look better, and that is plant life. If you see trees and greenery, everything looks better. It cuts down on the sense of blight, and it doesn't cost $12 million to do that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Margaret Carmen. I have so many notes, I don't know where to start. First of all, people are coming into Morro Bay, going down 41, and they're thinking about going to the ocean. They don't care if there's a freaking roundabout that's unsafe. I don't know where that comes from, that we're going to improve this gateway and have people come here and not care about the pedestrians. I would like to ask the people that got up from the school system, how many of those kids have actually walked through an existing roundabout the size of this will be with all the different, they don't know, they're just saying it's going to be okay. They don't have the experience of walking, and that's scary because we know they're on their phones. This is not safe to put this roundabout here. And I want to have you think about going into Atascadero on Morro Road, where they've put all those bike lanes and the parking things are in the middle of the road and you're parking your car, or you go into San Luis Obispo, you have no idea where a bike lane's coming at you and where you're supposed to park, and they don't even know how they're going to design this roundabout to make it safe for the pedestrians yet. They can't give you a clue about it. And think about all those sidewalks where you have wheelchairs and they're always changing who says it's going to be the right way to do it. You can't change the roundabout very well after you've put in your safety mitigations for the students. And hopefully if some accident happened, they just got a scratch. They didn't get killed. I mean, this is serious stuff here. We've had a lot of people give you ideas of how to mitigate this area. I'm sorry, my heart, I know I went into AFib just talking about this. I agree. I go on Tank Farm in Orcutt all the time. There are not RVs and trailers and big construction trucks. Even when I go visit my boyfriend and go on Vineyard Road and 46, I watch trucks. They can't even maneuver that big thing very well. So how are they going to do that at the gateway to our beautiful city? People come to see the ocean. They don't come whether there's a four-way stop. And I want to say, the Caltrans gives us all this data about, oh, it's so much safer. You know, you can skew data to make it be whatever you want. Safe and effective can tell us that. We've heard that. And, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm almost out. The state of California is having a big, big, big budget crisis, which means Caltrans is not going to have all the money they say they are going to have. So please don't vote to continue this EIR project.
Good evening again, Betty Winholtz. I remember when I was on SLOCOG back in the day that Pismo had a project that they wanted to withdraw, and they had to have the vote of the SLOCOG to take it back. And SLOCOG did, and then they dispersed that money to other cities. This can happen with this project. If it's left off to SLOCOG, they might be happy to have this money and go use it on their other projects. We don't have to have this happen. For me, this is not an economic issue, it's a safety issue. Safety versus economics. So knowing that the community is strongly against it, it's like, what's the point of delaying the decision until February or for whenever? Why not just make the decision now? Let staff put this off their plate so they can focus on other projects. We can talk about beautification, we can talk about safety things, and get those things going now. We don't have to wait till 2028, when Caltrans would start this project. It was mentioned that this would be a temporary inconvenience. Well, we know that the sewer plant was a temporary inconvenience that lasted 4 years. So for me, that's not very temporary. I think what was said about the kids is, you know, being a tutor, I've tutored for 35 years or more. Kids are stupid, okay? They don't know what they're doing. And if you think that they're going to walk back 5 car lengths before they try to cross the roundabout, that ain't happening, particularly when they're looking like this. They'll try to either run them right up to the circle itself, or they'll cut in front of cars. It's a danger waiting to happen. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Brian O'Farrell. I live a block north of 41 and Main, and I moved there 5 years ago. I passed by there about 4 to 6 times a day, and other than school opening times and school closing times, I really don't see any traffic whatsoever. 2 or 3 cars at the most. I think it's a waste of money, it's a waste of your effort to have to think about it. I think it's a waste, and it's going to be a disruption of time. I didn't even hear the time frame. 4 years I heard, I think. But I also think that area is too small for a roundabout. You're still going to have to put walking ramps, or what do you call them, pedestrian crossings in them. So regardless of whether you think the roundabout will speed traffic up, I think it's still, people are still going to have to stop some section away from the actual roundabout to go through. So I don't think it's going to cause any kind of extra flow of traffic. I'm from Europe. I grew up with roundabouts. Roundabouts, in my mind, are for areas where you're coming and you have 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour roads coming at each other, and they slow the traffic that way. This area, 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, I think it's a waste of time. I'm totally against it. Thank you. So I'm sorry. Mayor and Council, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Thank you, you're very kind.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Gaudette Cross. I don't have much more to add other than that I don't feel that a roundabout is appropriate at this location. I love roundabouts as well. I like the fact that we have to go slowly. It is a very confusing intersection. It can, I just feel like a roundabout would not be the right answer, and I also feel like the space is very limited. And what are we going to do? How are we going to get around during construction? That just seems like a major nightmare to me. So I just wanted to say that I am in agreement with a lot of things that have been said tonight, that this is not the solution for that area. And I also am very concerned about the pedestrians and the kids, and that would be a mess. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Onan Champion. I'm a property owner in the Errol Street floodplain. I have really no opinion about whether or not you should continue, particularly with the roundabout environmental study. However, if you do, I would make a consideration that this is a great opportunity to use some of Caltrans's money to do some storm mitigation work relative to the figure 1 that was put into the agenda this evening. If you look at the image that was in the agenda, the furthest south location for the limit of construction ends before you get to Morrow Creek. And according to Mr. Valadeo, bridges and capacity enhancement are issues they consider and will cover under this project. Well, the capacity they need to enhance is the capacity, the amount of water that will flow through Morrow Creek to the ocean without stopping at Main Street or at the Highway 1 northbound off-ramp bridge or at the Highway 1 bridge. The State Route 1 bridge is currently the highest bridge among the bridges that cross Morrow Creek, Main Street being the lowest and the northbound off-ramp being the second lowest. If part of this project could extend another 500 feet south for both review and planning, in my opinion, I think it would be advisable to ask Caltrans to raise both the crossing at Main Street and to raise the northbound off-ramp off of Highway 1 and have an unobstructed passage underneath so that debris and water wouldn't be limited in their flow, so that we wouldn't have water backup in a future flood event that we had recently. I see that this project actually started before the 2023 flood occurred, and I didn't see any flood mitigation as part of any of this project at all. But I did see that people like Linda Winters live in the park right next to the creek, and I'd hate to see her float away as a result of this roundabout being installed without any flood mitigation measures being considered as part of this. But I don't see where it would necessarily be excluded as part of this environmental review. So in me analyzing this, where it could go further south to include Morrow Creek at the Main Street Bridge and the northbound Highway 1 off-ramp bridge, if those were both elevated to match State Route 1 for bridge and clearance, I think you could get two projects in one for the money. Caltrans has already got 90% of this done. You're only going to add on another approximately 200 to 500 feet, the best I could scale from this image. So I think it would be worth considering, if you're going to extend the environmental money to complete the project, to extend the project to include flood mitigation. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Anyone else for public comment on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. There are no raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Mr. Quillick, any responses to any of the questions or comments that were made?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any
Thank you.
comments.
With that, I will come back up to council for any other questions at this time, or we'll shift to comments. Mr. LaFay.
Just a quick question. So tonight, we are basically voting on two things, just a vote to continue the EIS and to take $1.2 million from this project and transfer it back to CUNY funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Landrum, comments?
Let's see. I do have some comments. I guess I will start by saying that I understand that as far as the entrance being unattractive, or as someone said, ugly, I don't necessarily think that a roundabout makes something beautiful. I agree that the entrance needs a lot of love. I think that both entrances, also the other entrance where there is a roundabout, doesn't necessarily, I mean, some could argue that that is as well ugly. And there again, a roundabout didn't make it beautiful. I understand that it may sound kind of crazy to turn down grants or, funding from Caltrans or SLOCOG, but we have to realize that all of those monies really, they're not coming from benevolent people, they're coming from taxpayer money. That is our money. So if the money isn't spent on these particular projects, it will still be spent on projects for us, because we are the people. I think that the original project, I don't know when that was built originally, the design of the current situation, wasn't a well-designed project to begin with, and so we're trying to fix that with another poorly designed project, not taking into consideration the traffic on the west side of 41 is, to me, seems like a really bad way to move forward. It seems like you should be allowing for that at the same time, because there's going to be a lot of impact if this project goes forward. Although the chamber didn't do it, I stopped and talked to Paul, the gas station owner, who knew nothing about this. I talked to Joseph, the liquor store owner on Highway 41, who also hadn't been contacted about this, and I talked to the businesses in where Miners is, and they're really, really concerned. I didn't go on the other side. I didn't have time to talk to all of the other businesses, but they're very concerned. They haven't had any communication. They wanted to know what land of theirs is going to be acquired, if any. That whole area is kind of operating on, there's a lot of density there as far as with the mobile home parks. And those are, you know, first of all, those businesses that I stopped and talked to are all minority-owned businesses. The vulnerable communities of the mobile home parks are really going to be impacted because they all park on Highway 41. And I think it will be really risky for them to have to back out onto what this project looks like. Let's see. I think that I agree with one of the speakers that there is no traffic flow through that area at all when the highway floods. And to me, that's a real big issue. And I've talked to Caltrans about that, and they are not interested in solving that problem at this time. And I think I also really am concerned about the children and pedestrians that travel on that intersection. You know, there's so many people. Obviously, there's the kids going to and from the liquor stores and Taco Bell to the high school. Then there's also, you know, cyclists. I've seen like parents with children in bike trailers. I travel through that like at least 6 times a day, that intersection, and I stop. It probably takes me an average of 1 to 5 seconds to get through there, unless, you know, you time it at a bad time. But then, you know, as I said before, you're just, you know, it's like any intersection. You might have to wait a few minutes, just, you know, breathe, and you'll get through it. I want to remind everyone that when this came to us prior, I had asked the police department for the safety information for that intersection, and from the years 2000 to 2023, there were 10 potentially injury-causing accidents at that intersection, while in that same 23-year time frame, there were 72 in other areas of Morro Bay. So I think that I am not in favor. I'm in favor of stopping the project.
Stopping the funding?
The funding and yeah,
Thank you.
the funding.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm still taking in all of what we've heard here tonight, and thank you for all of that, Councilmember Landrum. I'm looking at what has changed from the last time we were here, looking at this issue, and I'm seeing what has changed is that we have a partner or two that are looking to give us an opportunity that comes along once in 25 years. And to say, you know, to just kiss that goodbye, I struggle with. And this is not about me, you know, not putting safety first, and I'll get to that. This is about looking at what we have before us. It is an opportunity for us to engage with partners that genuinely have been, first of all, involved in this for a long time and genuinely are experts in this area that we are not. And they have told us previously that this intersection not only is an F, but I look at what does that mean it's going to be for generations to come? An F plus? I mean, how long do we say that we're okay with having an intersection be an F, let alone dangerous? At what point do we say it's okay to have, well, just a few accidents and maybe more will happen, maybe not? I mean, I don't find that to make sense to me. You know, whether or not somebody has been injured or not injured. I mean, it's the idea of the possibilities that they can be. I think we're lucky that they haven't been. And I've heard people say here tonight, the confusion that that intersection causes for them now. And not just for people, remind you that this is not just community members. This is people coming in off the 101, down the 41, felt like I lost my eye, down the 41 to the 1, coming to visit us, and yes, they're going to be spending money, staying with us. Would I love to see something more beautiful? Yes, but that's still not the main point. Capacity is the point. And I know we have gotten used to this thinking, this mindset of that's never going to change. We've stayed at 10,500 people for years. That may not be the case in 25 years. And I'm sitting here thinking about that. That's a risk. That's a risk for us to be taking right now to turn down this money. Because as somebody mentioned earlier, what if Panorama goes in? Sunset went in. I hope we have some affordable housing. What if that CSD location becomes something? We enlarge our RV park. How are we going to move people around? I've been saying this for a couple years now. I'm very worried about traffic circulation in this town. It may not be a problem now, although I would argue it is. I have seen at event time, our streets get clogged up. I've listened to Chief Watkins. I've talked to Ken Vesterfeld on these occasions. We've got a lot of other intersections that are not too great. And when I spoke with Mr. Valadeo from Caltrans, I asked about San Jacinto. I have a colleague who asked about fencing. I am wanting to make sure that we're thinking clearly about this decision tonight, about really choosing not to at least move forward on the environmental phase. We're not in the design phase. We're not. We haven't seen the final design. And I think we're getting caught up in the pedestrian modifications that this is not an accurate visual. This is just something for us to look at right now. Is there something in here? Oh, God. Okay, well, he came at a good point. I'm on my speech here, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I still have not changed my mind. I'm still concerned about where this is going to go in the future. I don't think that we are thinking together long-term, holistically. I think as much as, of course I love our children. I just spent a whole weekend with my 13-year-old niece, who I'm telling you, man, she surpassed me in the knowledge arena on a lot of things and schooled me. And as I included on the previous motion a year and a half ago or whatever it was, we would absolutely do some sort of simulation education for those children. For us, I can't even imagine that wouldn't happen. I do like the idea that the gentleman just said about storm mitigation. I think that makes sense. Take a look at what flood mitigation would mean there. The fact of the matter is, I know that this is taxpayer money, but as you heard tonight, it's just going to go to someone else. It's not going to go back to you. It's going to go to someone else. I didn't say that. I mentioned safety. No, did you hear me? I mentioned safety. Yeah, I just want to be clear that in me saying this tonight, I am not disregarding safety. That is absolutely number one. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep my comments short. Thank you, Councilmember Landrum. I agree with just about everything that you mentioned and just about everything that the residents mentioned that were opposed to the continued funding of this project. I'm not opposed to roundabouts. They work great for automobiles. What do they say in real estate? It's location, location, location. This roundabout, for me, it's pedestrian, pedestrian, pedestrian. I'm not willing to risk the safety or even potentially the life of one of our high school students, ever. I had to drive my kids there for 4 years, drop off and pick up, very familiar with the intersection, very familiar with the teenagers that walk through that intersection. So I think one of the speakers mentioned it's akin to putting some lipstick on a pig. That's maybe not the most eloquent way to state the situation, but that's how I look at this particular one. Thanks.
You know, as I look at this, and there's no question that the design phase of the roundabout, all the squirrely lines and stuff like that, if I was sitting here 2 years prior, I probably would have not even considered a roundabout. But we're 95% done. All we're asked to do today is finish the environmental impact study, and we should give the ultimate approval of this project when Caltrans comes back to us with a design that makes sense. We've been trying to get this intersection looked at and improved for the last 20 years to no avail. This is an opportunity for us to at least move forward, and if we're still not happy with the plan, whether it's a roundabout or whatever, when we see it in February, we don't have to approve it. We still have that authority, and we have that. But I would like to continue with the EIS study myself.
Thank you, Councilmember Lefebvre. I would be remiss, and I apologize for not asking earlier, if there was anything Caltrans or SLOCOG wanted to respond to for council before we make our vote. Yes, no? No, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Yes, please, Mr. Kwolek.
I'll be brief here. Just a couple things that have been brought to my attention during this discussion. I was remiss in stating during my off-ramps slide that there is an additional off-ramp to this project, and that is a CDP process, which would have to go to the Planning Commission should the project move forward into construction. Also, some really good points about drainage, and certainly site drainage would be addressed for this project as far as the creek that's outside of the project footprint. However, the city, we did obtain a $1 million grant from a Cal OES hazard mitigation grant to study that and to look at options there. So, you know, from our standpoint, that's covered. Also, there were some comments made about approaching the business owners, particularly right in the area of the roundabout. That is something that Caltrans is prohibited to do by law during the environmental phase. It has to go into the design phase for that. So I just did want to make that clarification that that's why they haven't been approached.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Kwolek. I'm going to just make a few comments that the roundabout proposal and the balance of this funding hand the project over to Caltrans. Once the project goes to Caltrans, the city has little input. We still have a seat at the table, but it's not our project. I'm hearing the comments, roundabouts don't ensure that there's no accidents. My concerns to continue this project funding, to continue this project at this capacity are no different for me today than they were a year and a half ago when we heard this project. I don't know that we need a roundabout to address the elephant in the room, which is the need for upgrades to safety features such as lighting installation, well-marked high visibility crosswalks at the approaches, pedestrian signals, You know, we put one up at Morro Bay Boulevard to cross up by the police department. It didn't take us 5 years to do that. Waiting for this roundabout project, if it were coming to fruition, would mean that we continue after the 20 and 25 years that's been stated. And actually, it's been about 25 years because my husband sat in this meeting 25 years ago when he owned the concrete plant with concerns about how they would maneuver through this very small space. Roundabouts are great up on Highway 46 where you're in the middle of nowhere. If they were so great, I wish they would put one at Highland and one because the traffic backs up halfway to CMC when I go into San Luis. As a bike rider in Europe, I took my life into my hands going through the roundabouts in Paris. I mean, I literally thought I was going to get killed. People were driving so fast. It was scary. I want to see us do something with this intersection. And a year and a half ago, when we brought this project, I did not advocate for a roundabout. I wanted to look at, lighted stop signs, stop lights, flashing lights, those other things. The roundabout proposal for up in Templeton off of 46 and 101 up there is looking at 2 roundabouts, one on each side, as Councilmember Landrum addressed. This does nothing for the traffic exiting off Highway 1 trying to make a left turn. It's already terrible, and this does nothing to stop that traffic from coming through. It just will continue. There's a lot of things we can do in our capacity with calming elements and again, flashing stop lights and solar things. And there's a concern about the funding gaps that will become reality based on the state's budget and Caltrans's Caltrans, I can't speak for Caltrans, SLOCOG's budget, which I am the vice president of this year, to say we just lose the money and it goes back to, to everybody else. Well, we're all partners in the county, all of us, and that's the way we look at it there regionally. So I would hope that I would be able to have a voice of request that we still have funding available if this project doesn't move forward to help with those calming needs for safety, pedestrian safety, and vehicle safety. I would think that it would only be fair, and there are certainly plenty of other areas around Morro Bay that we could use that support. But funding gaps are real. We just saw that with why the money that was allocated currently and is going to be reallocated for this project was pulled because of a short funding gap for the Bob Jones Bike Trail. Millions of dollars. So that's just the reality of where we are in California and in municipalities and everywhere with that. So again, my concerns for this project and how I feel about the funding for it haven't changed in the last year and a half. Is there any other comments?
I do have one other comment I forgot to mention. I did another deep dive into this staff report, and I just wanted to, I found it really interesting. When I looked at, well, one, the consultant that we're using for the engineering, GHD, is a global company. And so when we're thinking, that kind of struck me when I look at this project, and I'm not an engineer, I don't have letters after my name, but I can see that logically that will not, the traffic is going to back up from the westbound or the west side of the overpass. That's going to back up the roundabout. And when I see that it's a global company based in Australia, maybe they don't really have a grasp on the whole intersection and everything that's going on there. And then the other comment I just thought I was really interested in and I thought I would share is that I looked up the 5 core goals of Caltrans, and I just wanted everyone to know what they are. They're safety, equity, climate action, and economic prosperity. I think employee excellence is in there somewhere too. And, for me, I would like, those are great goals, but I would like to have excellent projects, really, something along those lines. And I see this as not being, like maybe they might want to reevaluate some of their goals because I think when you're creating a project, you want it to be really excellent and last a really long time. And so I found that kind of interesting. I thought I would share that.
I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move that we direct staff to discontinue work on the project and retain the 1.2 million of the Measure Q&E funds in the project fund.
Is there a second?
While still maintaining control of if there is a project there? Does that work?
So by taking the action of not doing any further environmental review and replacing the withdrawal of the project's 1.2 in the Measure Q&E will effectively stop the project from moving forward. But
Okay.
the item would still have to come back to council for a couple of things. What that analysis means is in what position the city wants to take, because obviously if we're not working on it, then the potential is that SLOCOG can pick it up, as you heard here tonight. So with that motion, if it does pass, yes, there's no more work that staff's going to do on it, but we would bring it back for a formal rejection of the project and for steps to take whatever position you want to take with regards to the project from that point forward, because it wouldn't be our project.
Okay, then I will strike the last part of what I said.
So it would come back, and the reason why it has to come back is if you really look at the title of this, it's just receive the status report of the roundabout project and provide direction on the environmental
Okay.
phase. So you're directing staff not to it, not fund any further, so there'll be no more further work on it. They'll replace the Measure Q&E funds and put it in there, but it will have to come back to you, and I apologize for that. We'll have to have another meeting on it, but we have to do that formally and also take a position on if it was taken up by SLOCOG.
Okay, thank you.
The other point I want to be is it feels like Groundhog's Day. This was 2002 when we last had the project, and it was rejected at probably, I think, about this stage. So 20 years from now, I'm not going to be here.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, just for clarification, that'll come back, and any other caveats then for directing funds or staffing to do other traffic safety things
Absolutely.
would be part of that? Or can
Absolutely.
be part of that? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, just for clarification. We have a motion and a second, and I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Eccles?
Yes.
Councilmember Landrum?
Yes.
Councilmember LaFay?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards?
No.
And Mayor Wixom?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich and Paul, for being here. We appreciate your time and your answers. Thank you. Thank you to staff. Moving on, we're on item 9C, review and discuss the City of Morro Bay flagpole policy. City Manager, thank you.
I could get this started, Mayor, on this one, the flagpole policy.
Pardon?
I can get it started, the
Yes,
flagpole
please.
policy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At last City Council meeting, Councilmember Eccles requested and received the support from the council to review the flagpole policy, and staff had put this together. The policy, the flagpole policy is included in the staff report. We are asking council to discuss give us a direction how to revise this policy. And we wanted to point out in this memo that the time that when this policy was adopted, another associated policy regarding a commemorative flag was adopted at the same time.
Thank you. Any questions? Questions?
No.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm just wanting to understand exactly why we're talking about this tonight, why now. I'm just not sure.
There was
So
a
I just
re-
want clarification.
There was a request to bring this back as a future agenda item.
So maybe I should just ask Councilmember Eccles just to kind of give me an idea where he was wanting to go. That's all. Just clarify.
Yeah, yes, Madam Mayor, if we're done with the question portion, I'm happy to make my case in my comments portion.
I'd like you, I mean, that's in the comments. So if you have questions first, that would be,
Oh, yeah, I don't have any questions.
okay. Okay. Would you like to wait to respond to that, to your comments, or? Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, public comment is open on this item.
Barry Brandon, citizen of Morro Bay. I'm fortunate to be in this country a very long time. I may be the oldest person in this room. I'll be 86 next month. And the flagpole means a lot to me. I had family, the Korean War, Second World War, Vietnam War, and the flagpole really means a lot to me. And I think when you just allow miscellaneous, I'll use the word flags, to be flown on the city flagpole, you're disrespecting our citizens. So I would like to have our flagpole policy such that it displays the American flag as appropriate and perhaps the California flag. But these miscellaneous flags, St. Patrick's Day flag, whatever flag, are disrespectful to our citizens and to our country. So I would like to have the flagpole policy reflect those specifically. Thank you.
Michelle Lester Catteray, North Morro Bay. I'm going to do a little tongue-in-cheek. Why not fly the Canadian flag occasionally to show support for our neighbors to the north? Perhaps on Canada Day, July 1st, show them that, yeah, we care. Why don't you come down to Morro Bay and spend your dollars down here? We still love you. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this item?
Hello, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm not so charged about this. I just wanted to say I think it'd be great if we passed the ordinance to just have the national flag and the state flag, and then whatever city council, who is ever up there, it's not like you get, you know, your people, oh, you said yes to this, but you didn't say yes to me. I just think it makes it much more like most of our government buildings are. We have a state flag and a federal flag. I hope that's what this was all about. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Okay, thank you.
Council, Judy Setting. I spoke to this issue when it first happened, and I was actually really sad to speak to it because I didn't want anybody to think that I was against them and what they believed in or anything. But I just wanted everybody to understand that we have to represent everybody. This is our United States. And just like Barry said, our flag is to be honored. Our United States flag is to be honored. And then we're California citizens and we love our state. And I think that should be honored also. And I really believe when we have an ordinance that allows other people to apply for their belief, you know, it gets out of control. And it's a lot of work to hang all those flags, and you have to have a spreadsheet to remember what to hang when. But I would love to see our council give the honor back to our United States flag and our California flag. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. There's one raised hand in the queue. I will allow Nick De Angelis to talk. There we go. Okay, you may begin.
Great, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Nick.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm reading this resolution, and I'm actually shocked that this was even approved when it was. So, you know, for what it's worth, yeah, I agree with the sentiment here provided by, you know, my fellow community members. I served in the government space for a while, and, you know, the flag means something to me. And, you know, I think, you know, absent the age gap, I'm significantly younger than most in attendance. But what I would say is, you know, my kids are, you know, they're raised to respect, you know, the flags that came well before us, and quite frankly, by those that you know, are showing that, you know, there's only a couple flags that, you know, really we should be, you know, teaching, you know, our children that come after us about. And, you know, this resolution is very, very broad. It's very, very specific, and quite frankly, I think, you know, not going back to a core fundamental here will lead to even more flags being flown. And, you know, I don't think that a community like this should really, you know, to lend ourselves out to, you know, everything that everybody has to say or believes in, or whatever the case is. The flag was never intended to be, the flag and its flag poles were never intended to be what they are today. And, you know, I think us, you know, dabbling in this resolution territory really leans, you know, to a place that I would prefer that we just don't get into. And the flag is, you know, the American flag, and in cases of California, it's the California flag. And I think nationally and federally, the POW flag means a lot to a lot of individuals, as it does to me. So just, you know, speaking on somebody who just worked for the government and had, you know, training in specific spaces, I would prefer that we just get back to the core fundamental of what a flagpole is, and quite frankly, what the flag is to this community. I'll yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you, Nick. AGP, are there any more raised hands in the queue?
There are no more raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. To my right, any comments?
No.
To my left?
Thank you. I prepared some remarks. Thank you for the public comment regarding this. When this was passed initially, I was taken aback, as were some members of the public. It just struck me as an overtly arrogant act by a local body. So I'll read my comments to you. Tonight, I'm asking my fellow council members to join me in rescinding the current flagpole policy that allows for commemorative flags to be flown based on the views and opinions of potentially just 3 council members out of a town of over 10,000 people. I believe this policy represents a gross overreach of local government, and by its very nature is divisive, not inclusive. Our flagpole should be a symbol of unity, not a platform for expressing selective viewpoints. When we choose to fly one group's flag over another's, we are inevitably excluding some members of our community. That's not the role of government. We are here to represent everyone, not to signal particular beliefs or causes, no matter how worthy they may seem to some. The policy I propose is simple, neutral, and unifying. Fly only the flags that represent all of us: the United States flag, the state of California, and the city of Morro Bay. These are the symbols that bind us together, not divide us. This isn't about denying expression. People are free to fly any flag they wish on their own private property, as they should be. But the city's flagpole should stand for all citizens, not be used to make political or cultural statements that divide the city. I encourage my fellow council members to vote with me to return our flagpole to what it was meant to be, a symbol of shared identity and unity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Echols. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Councilmember Echols. I really appreciate that thorough I appreciate that. It helps me understand where you were coming from, because I just wasn't sure about the nature of what we were going to be doing here tonight as far as reviewing the policy. So I appreciate that. I do, however, just from me and the bottom of my heart, don't want whatever we decide to do here tonight to, by any means, say for the past 3 years that the flag that we have flown does not, that I am not there, that I am not thinking about them as part of our community, that they are, brothers, they are sisters, they are family members, they are friends, and they are business owners within our community. So I just want to make sure that I wanted to say that to them tonight, and that this is not reflective at all of not acknowledging them. I wanted to be sure that this was not going to be anything having to do with proclamation, because I do know that the flag that, is mentioned in the policy that we may be amending tonight is the rainbow flag. And so I just want to make sure that, it wouldn't be going up in June. And I just want to make sure that that I was, conscious of what we do here tonight, and that it indeed is not about the flag, but it is about, just the acknowledgement of anyone in this community. And I do agree that we are all Americans, and I hold that flag very, very proudly. My father being a World War II vet, I have his flag, so it means a lot to me. And that's all I want to say.
Any other comments? Any other comments? I appreciate that, Councilmember Eccles and Councilmember Edwards. I think that the intent of this is that we're not recognizing any commemorative flags, regardless of the fact that perhaps it's only been one. This was done before we took council. The month before we took council, it was voted on. And, this council is choosing potentially to go back to our core policy of recognizing the state flag, national flag, and our city flag. And it takes away any idea of flying the Canadian flag or any of the others. Sorry, Michelle. There's no malice intent. It's just bringing us back to our core. And I'm more than glad to make a motion, unless you'd like to, Councilmember Edwards. It's your, or Eccles, excuse me, it's your item. If you'd like.
I wanted to check with the city attorney. Is the best path forward tonight to rescind Resolution 10322 and then direct staff to come back with a new resolution, or just
both? Direct staff to come back rescinding the 104-22 and directing staff to amend the 103-22. My question for you, just to be clear, is it is just the 3 flags, because it mentions city flags and it mentions a POW, and your motion should clarify exactly that, if those are included or not.
Right. So I'm still not clear, interim city attorney. So am I moving to rescind the resolution tonight, or direct staff?
Direct staff.
Okay.
Yes, because both of them would have to come back to rescind that one and to approve changes to it.
Now I understand. Thank you. All right. So I move that we direct staff to rescind Resolution 103-22 and come back with the flagpole policy that reflects language that allows for 3 flags to be flown officially over the city, which is the flag of the United States of America, the state of California, and the city of Morro Bay.
Second. Oh, sorry. Second. Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 9D. Consideration
Also-
of council subcommittee regarding Morrow Elementary School. City Manager Kimball.
Thank you, Mayor. Was also a council member request and that took place at last city council meeting. At council member Lundrum's request, this item was placed on the agenda, and the request was to form a subcommittee regarding Oral Elementary School property. And then with that, I'm turning back to the council for question or for direction.
Thank you. To my right, Councilmember Lefebvre.
I seconded this with Zara, and I think what this will do is at least we'll be able to do some of the staff work, myself and, well, whoever is on the subcommittee, to help the staff and to listen to the public. So it's just a subcommittee like any other subcommittee that we have that will, I think, you know, we'll have a seat at the table and we'll be able to move forward with it.
Me? Yes, I echo what Councilmember Lefebvre just said. It's a way to work, you know, alleviate staff's workload and, you know, facilitate and just be a partner. And the purpose, I have something kind of prepared. The purpose of the Morrow Elementary School Subcommittee is to unite the community and city efforts for the accomplishment of the City Council goal to acquire the Morrow Elementary School site and/or work with a developer on this project. To this end, I guess I'll stop there. So that's the idea, and in my mind, that the subcommittee would keep the council updated, you know, weekly, if not more frequently, as events unfold. And I guess I'll stop there for now.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, questions?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand with the formation of the Morro Bay Elementary Subcommittee, within the scope of work, I see what was mentioned as part of our goals. I know that we have, I know that we have council members that are involved in a citizen group trying to work on this. So I'm just trying to figure out how to not double duty it, but also keep all council informed and what would be the best way. I guess I probably look to staff, what would be the best approach, since we've already got 2 council members, I believe, working on it. So I'm just a comment there.
Councilmember Eccles, questions? Mr. Singwalt. You're so quiet this evening. The parameters of it, you know, I guess I'm just looking for clarification. This was a council-driven request, and most of our other subcommittees that have come about in the past, with the exception of the Downtown Design District, which was a council request, have been basically done because of industry coming in, the Vistra project, Chevron project, offshore wind project, the sewer plant coming in at a multi-million-dollar project, having the different oversight things. So with your experience, do you see the formation of this subcommittee being similar on that track? You know, with I guess I want to know, when we do these subcommittees, and, you know, if I'm wrong, you know, city manager or city attorney, let me know. You know, there's a goal, there's a purpose, there's a suspected, you know, at the end of it, like when the wharf is done, we're done type thing. So how do you see this taking shape, I guess, is what that was a very long way to ask that question, wasn't it?
No, thank you for the question, and I'll do my best. So as we all know, Morrow Elementary is now one of 3 city council goals. It is a high priority for me. I have been identified as the lead on that goal. I am spending a lot of time thinking about and currently developing what I'm calling a short-term action plan for how I'm going to approach that goal. I do see a lot of value in having a council subcommittee to be a sounding board to work with, bounce ideas off of, and as Councilmember Landrum mentioned, I do see opportunity there for the subcommittee to play the role of, I don't want to say bridging a gap, but just helping me and staff engage with the citizens group and the broader community to help define a vision for the property.
Thank you for that. I'll wait with my next questions. I'll wait. Anybody else? Public comment is open on this item.
Betty Winholtz, as a member of the Friends of Moore Elementary Group, Citizens Group, we've taken a lot of steps in the last several months, particularly since January. We think we have a lot of information to offer the city through your Director of Community Development, and we think working together would facilitate things more than if we're over here doing our thing and you guys are doing your thing. And that the two council members who have been informally involved in our group off and on would combine us, that would unite us and make us, on the same page at the same time, and I think move things more efficiently forward.
Anyone else for public comment on this item? AGP, are there any raised hands in the queue?
Hi, Mayor Wixom. We have one raised hand, Nick DeAngelis. I will allow you to talk now. You may begin.
Great, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. On this subcommittee, so I actually had the privilege of meeting with Councilmember Landrum and Councilmember LaFay. Had a good session with them. I don't know if it yielded any value, but at the end of the meeting, I've been studying the way this community's worked and the city's worked for a couple of years, and I don't know if the subcommittee is gonna work. I don't know if it's necessarily gonna add value, and I have a biases for that only because of what I've seen in some of the other subcommittees. And that's not a knock on anything. I think my bigger piece is that I just tend to focus on solutions more than I focus on talking about problems. And for whatever it's worth, if the community and the council decides to have a subcommittee, that's great, and more power to it. I'll fund the subcommittee. I've said this multiple times. I'm going to say it for like the 6th time. I'll fund the subcommittee for whatever needs to be done. And whatever the city or the council ends up short in a public bid, or whatever the case is, I will not let the city nor anybody else be overbid on that property. So if it needs a subcommittee to figure out which pathway the city wants to go down, great. But I've said it a few times, I'm saying it again, and the funding is a wrap. After the meeting I had with council, the two council members, the funding is there. What I'm not going to let happen to this council, to the community, to the city, or otherwise, is to lose that property. So whoever comes in, they're going to have to be really great bidders and negotiators. I don't think that's going to happen. And whatever the city ends up short on funding for that building, I will not let somebody else come in and take the building. So if the city can't figure it out or find it, I'll cover whatever's left. But it's a historical landmark to this city, needs to stay with the city, and whoever is in the community, it's not one to really gamble with, and there's a lot of value that can come out of that particular building. So, for whatever it's worth, I just wanted it to be known again. Funding is done if the city can't figure it out. Nonetheless, I'll fund the committee. I don't know if a committee is really needed. I tend to think that these committees are a little bit, too bureaucratic, but that's, just my opinion. But otherwise, I hope this goes well. And, if the city can't figure it out and it goes into public bidding, I'll also say that no one's going to come in and overbid me. That's just going to be a fact. And however things get worked out later, That building and the land that sits on it needs to stay in this community. I'll yield back the rest of my time.
AGP, is there anyone else in the queue?
There are no other raised hands in the queue.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Mr. D'Angelo, thank you for the offer, but the subcommittees for city government aren't funded by private, just for verification. I'm sure that the Citizens Committee would love some financial support, most likely. Comments, questions? This is your thing. This is purpose, parameter, duration.
Okay, well, this is, then I'll continue. I'm getting tired, so I jumped the gun a little with this. But the purpose of the Morrow Elementary, I'll just bear with me a minute. The purpose of the Morrow Elementary School Subcommittee is to unite the community and city efforts for the accomplishment of the City Council goal to acquire the Morrow Elementary School site and/or work with the developer on this project. To this end, 2 council members are appointed to facilitate communication and cooperation between the citizens group, Friends of Morrow Elementary, and the Community Development Department Director regarding applicable state law, potential financial resources, and the San Luis Coastal Unified School District communications. The City Council as a whole will be kept up to date weekly, if not more frequently, as events unfold. This subcommittee's work is complete when an agreement is signed between the school district and the city, or it is determined that acquisition is beyond the city's reach. At either conclusion, the City Council will revisit whether the subcommittee has a related purpose or should be terminated.
Councilmember Lefebvre.
No, I agree with Councilwoman Landrum. I think the subcommittee is going to be a good tool, and I think it, again, allows us a seat at the table as the negotiations and the school site continues. That school site and the building itself and the acreage is a prime piece of real estate that we should have some type of control over. Whether we purchase it or at least try to salvage it, that's what we want to do, and that's why the subcommittee is being formed.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to entrust my fellow council members with this duty on this subcommittee. Although Mr. DeAngelis, during public comment, made a good point. Sometimes the subcommittees can be rather bureaucratic, so I'm tempted to withhold my vote and invoice Mr. DeAngelis for maybe $1 million to get the ball rolling, and then we don't need the subcommittee. But very, very good. All right. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? No? I guess my question in doing this, either Mr. Singwald or Mr. Schultz, is where is the council input into, I mean, where in this scenario do we talk about feasibility studies and appraisals and facility assessments and maintenance plans and all those things? Where is the council's input going to be for that if there's a subcommittee and not the conversation? And maybe I'm looking to you, Mr. Singwald or Mr. Schultz. I don't know which one. Whoever wants to answer my question. We have a small time frame on this, and that's why I'm asking this, with 90 days and the need to respond. My concern is not about a subcommittee or who's on it, but about the timeline being so short and all council being a part of the process.
Yeah, it is a short schedule, and the duration, probably would be over in a year, so I consider that a short duration for any subcommittee. But there's going to be constant check-ins. We have many deadlines, including the one that's coming up about whether we enter negotiations for the open space, and then we'll get another notice requesting that whether we want to negotiate under the Naylor Act, and then the third one's going to be negotiations with when they go through the RFP process. Despite the speaker's statement, this property will not be going out for just the highest in bid. It's going to go through an RFP process where they do not have to select the highest bid if they don't want to. And so there's going to be decision trees all along the way. So even with a subcommittee, we would continually bring this back in closed session under real property negotiations or an open session for decisions that don't involve real property negotiations. The benefit of having the subcommittee is they do have the ability to deeper into the knowledge and then share their opinions in closed session or open session because they're more aware, like all the other subcommittees do, of the issues. So I hope that answers the question, but
In
there'll be
part.
constant, constant check-in still.
I'm
We're
just
not gonna-
wondering where it, because of this, okay, so I'm trying to figure out where the spaces in this, that we have the ability to request the things to help make those decisions if we have such a short time response. If hypothetically, since we're talking about the subcommittee, I want to know, what the feasibility is of the property, the study, or the appraisal, or where does that going to fall in this? Because again, we have 90 days before we take step 2 or step 3.
Just as if they weren't a subcommittee, staff, Marilyn will be working on those issues of the appraisal, other issues that come up on with the historical and with all those issues that they're looking into, will come back to you as the full council, just if there isn't a subcommittee. With the subcommittee, they can also help with, any issues that we are delving into. You mentioned that they might be able to do some of the coordination between the public and those things, but it's still not, they're not going to subvert the council's whole decision on all of these items that have to be discussed amongst the full council. Just as, even with subcommittees that you have, they don't subvert the whole council's decision along the tree. So that still happens.
I'm just going to chime in, and then Attorney Shaw is welcome to correct me if I'm off track. I think that the challenge that I see is that the time frame being short and how to communicate with subcommittee and city council at the same time. Of course, just based on my experience with other subcommittees that we have here currently, is that when there's an issue and then the scheduling with staff was schedule with subcommittee and then talk in depth and subcommittee do the deep dive and then kind of talk this through with staff, and then staff will bring back to city council. So that's a kind of like back a lot of time. It's the timing. Again, there's a value to the subcommittee. Perhaps depends on what our next discussion point may be, and those will be deliberated, and at that time council can direct staff to go talk to subcommittee, go deep dive, or council could say no, just bring back the city council meeting so we can all as a whole to discuss some issues.
Thank you. Any other questions? Part of this was also consider discontinuing any existing subcommittees that have achieved their intended purpose for the time being, and I would ask that we consider removing the Downtown Design District, as I believe it has completed its task, just to clear that off. I know that some of the other subcommittees, the BESS and offshore wind, are kind of at a standstill, but those projects haven't gone away per se, so they still always have relevancy. But the downtown design, I think, achieved its final goal. So whoever's making the motion, I would ask that they include that removal.
Okay, so are those two different actions, or are these two different actions, or?
You could take it either way. You can include it in one motion, or you could take it as separate motion.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I can try. I move that the council create, establish a council subcommittee regarding the city council's goal of acquiring the Morrow Elementary School site and or assisting in the development of the property. If a subcommittee is established, do I need to read all of that? I don't think I need to. And then also discontinue the Downtown Design District Subcommittee.
Second. Voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Can I ask, do we need to establish who is on that subcommittee officially? Should we do that, or?
No, you don't get to be on it. I think there was an intended intent that it
Well,
was
I
the two
mean,
of
just
you.
to be official, maybe, I didn't
Yes,
include
yes.
that in.
Yes, so you need to amend your motion.
Okay, I amend the motion to.
You can just, that motion's done, you can just do now a motion.
Okay, so then I move that Councilmember LaFay and myself would be appointed to that subcommittee. The Morrow Elementary School Subcommittee.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Council declaration of future agenda items. Anyone? We're adjourned. Thank you very much.